Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with two back-to-back BO5s. Today we have Molotov Gang versus Entropy. It is a best out of 5 series. It's going to be a good day. But since we are running a little bit behind schedule, we're going to get right into this game. No flyover. We're just going to go straight in for the bans. And then after, from maps on, then we're going to start with all of the flyovers.
Nee,
So
man,
without
zat
further
niet
ado,
uit
let's
mijn
get
hoofd.
straight into
Wacht,
it.
een game ging nooit tegen.
Ja, ja.
Wat ik al
Everybody, we could have some good luck in
Amazon,
some
I'll
take
good
Rob.
ass
Allee.
games. These teams are notorious for taking each other on gunfights. They know what they're doing. So I think we're going to be in for a good BO5. My voice is still a little bit raspy from yesterday's BO5, but hopefully that doesn't affect the ability to give out some goated comms. While these guys do get their bans done, let's take a look at the bans that are going to be done today. So considering that Molotov Gang is the upper bracket, we are going to see them get the first pick, which was Chalet, and then they see the two bans following up, which will be Consulate Skyscraper. Apparently you have Skyscraper twice. Skyscraper will be played. I don't know why map ban's been tweaking recently, but then we're going to see a Bank and Nighthaven. Oh, I know what'll happen here. So it is going to be Chalet, Sky Club, Bank, Nighthaven. Apparently, Map Ban has just decided to mess around with me today. First attacker bans have been confirmed. Ace, Blackbeard getting taken off the board, and we will be waiting for the last. While we do that, though, I'm going to take care of this. Get rid of all of this off your guys' screen. Nice and beautiful. The next band being Azami, she doesn't need no introduction to the Pro League scene considering how broken she's been recently. I am doing a little bit of things different with my mic, so just let me know if it is going to be a little annoying to deal with. Let me know if my voice is too loud or too low. Trying a couple of new things out with the mic today, and we are going to go to the second floor bedroom as our first site. We see the same thing operators we always see the players on. We see the Legion paired up with the Kai, the Melusi, and the Valkyrie. I'm surprised she survived the ban phase considering how broken she is usually with her C4s on the board with replaced ability. Melusi can't let secondary shocking allows her to extend into various areas of the map. And with the map being so spacious and so soft in terms of verticality, it is nothing but a formality to play vert and get things done here. While they do get set up, I am going to check that everything is all in order for us to be able to have the best experience for today. Yep. All right, we're all good. Just doing mic checks with mods. I appreciate you. We're going to see Legion go for a soft throw while everybody else is going to start working from the K9 side here. 3 attackers looking to get onto the side of Library and trying to get in sneaky through K9. Twitch now on the highway snowmobiles windows. There is no castle protecting these windows, meaning very easy to get any long angle on the side. Kaid here might actually be vulnerable from the window if Twitch can't get that long angle, but right now we're seeing a very multifaceted push as we see 1 attacker on the snowmobiles, 1 on K9, and the remaining pushing the soft remnants of Library. Are and they are looking for all of the space needs to be covered to try to find the roamers and find the players playing below. There is one playing in the split, and apparently they have one of Kevin an easy wallbang. If a drone there, but Hatchie doesn't know that Legion's on his back, and someone needs to walk up, or they're watching it for him. You need to know who's there. And Ace is watching alongside with the Thermite. What a good read right here, just waiting for him and playing off of his dot. That's a beautiful hold by the player on K9 and by the Thermite. Hatchie's life is barely saved by an inch, and the only player gets taken off the board. Moving on into the remnants, we're going to see that take care of the bulletproof charge. The extra take care of the main officer. Itachi is going to be 20 HP. There's going to be 2 on the breach. Valk cameras have been located, and there's a total of 2 C4 that deny the plant. One of them is going to be below for a plant later in the round. Melusi playing on the darts is going to have a big objective, and that's just to deny Piano. But Brian catches one with his head stuck up because his head holes here play as a 2-way angle. Thermite gets the second on too close on K9. Inan now has full access to the site. It's a 5v1, and we might be looking at the first flawless round. It's a beautiful way to start. Melusi, who we saw had the one objective to stop Piano, has decided to actually back up and take her isolated gunfights. It can't even avoid the flawless. That's 1-0 on the board for MOLOTOVGANG, as an absolute beautiful execute puts them on the board for 1. How do you turn this down? 1 second, chat. We move on to the next round, and we are going to see the literal same exact operators. The roster is complicated, and so it is for both teams. Melusi gets traded out for a Tubaro. Bandit gets prioritized now. It's going to be a little bit more different, as they're going to bring more direct operators to deny this breach. We are seeing Kai, Bandit, and Tubaro for an essential 1-wall. So I'm very, very interested to see how they're going to capitalize on 3 denial operators instead of just the 1 they had last round. So we're going to move in here. We're going to see how they're going to play this out. Teamwork by the attacker showed us absolute beauty of a display on how to play the map. We are going to see a Habana for a second forward. Again, it's all about how you want to mold the play to your likings. We are just going to have to see. Going to see an early gunfight here if Buck decides to not check his corners and get caught off guard by the Omai. He will be playing top west main. He is caught on a drone, but there is 2 attackers circling, and one of them keeping him occupied on the windows. Omai continuing to circle around, dining. Goldie's taking damage again, but right now it's all about who can win what gunfight. Tubaro does have the MPX, so his gun's a little bit of a pea shooter, trying to take the gunfight from top of west main stairs and deciding to fall. Trixie taking one out. The second goes in the favor of Trixie again. He gets 2 off the same angle, and now he is just relaxed. Rise here to back up on Solar, alongside with Apla, who's on the west main windows, and Wamai still playing kitchen like nothing ever happened. Second kill does go into the favor of Apla again. We might see a third if that C4 would connect. Bandit is just going to stay stubborn on his pick here, and an absolute turn of events has allowed the cast an absolute turn of events, allowing Entropy to just get their picks now instead of getting flawless the first time around. Just it's located. Are we going to see 1 flawless for each team here? Not circling the building, looking for a pick. Bandit, and it is going to be Twinkle Toes until somebody can land a shot. Not barely avoiding the flawless, but it still ends up as the Frenchman himself takes him out. First round does go in the favor of Entropy. They finally got themselves on the board, and we're going to be in for a good series if it's just going to be response after response. Move on. Dining kitchen. Mira is not banned, but teams have not prioritized her for some reason. We are going to see a Goyo alongside with a Frost. Those are the staple operators to deny things such as the west main windows, the big window if a team decides to push it, and K9 if they're going to extend that far. With a team that has practiced this much, you do expect them to do these itinerary defensive holds. Now, looking at the head-to-head history, we've seen Entropy versus MVG insane amounts of times, but for a total of 11 series, we've seen Entropy take home 6 and Molotov 5. Now, it's all about who can lock and who can find those picks first. It's all about who wants to get themselves on the board. Seeing that we've seen 10 maps won for Entropy and just 9 a 1 map difference for MVG is absolutely crazy in everybody's opinion here. And the rounds 1 differential is just 5 across the RSX, the base stack, the ESA, and any other league that they've versed off in. All right, apparently the game does not work. We're back, and I'm going to turn the game down in a second. Just right back here on the G8. It looks like the same itinerary hold, and we are going to see a TK onto just through the window all the way deep from library. You don't see that much. It went through a window, a door, and another window. And it is going to be absolutely comedic to see an Affla punishes the man who TK'd himself. And Varix and Goldie's now taking off the windows off snowmobiles. That's 2 bodies gone. You have your fragger and your denial gone. Gridlock slowly inching towards site, knowing she has to deal with more. Just getting his first consolidation pick, but you got to check close on the blue stairs. Tubby now is put in a situation where he has to find the bodies. Getting one, can you find the second? He now gets a second consolidation kill, and they've managed to bring it back down from a 2-body deficit. Gridlock now bringing it up. Frost on a master bedroom, Mute, the only defender body in sight, and you have to question where are the attackers right now. Since they have a minute and 22 seconds, they are taking their time to attack the push because taking control of the master bedroom allows them hatch access. Double goo does hit Ina, and now they're going to go for the main breach instead of going for the verticality. Frost holding a deep angle here, not having a mirror does play against them. She's holding a pixel. An absolute pixel. That's going to get her shredded. She deals damage to Haku, but he's already taken damage earlier in the round, so he's really the loser in this situation as he is down to 5 HP. The Yoke player was the first pick we saw in the first round around, but right now we are going to see frag grenades get rid of the jammer on the breach. And it's a little far. Don't know if that'll get it. Gridlock needs to throw it straight up and straight down to be able to get this, but the rolling mechanics is not going to be able to get it for the second time, but they get lucky. You're going to have Mute sitting tucked in on the chest now. No C4 in the hand. He gets gone. He's in a power position here. Frost goes out swinging. Now, decided to rotate all the way over to Solar for some reason. Most likely to pick up the case that was fallen. 14 seconds left, and he knows he needs to get aggressive here because there's still a man sitting in a corner with a shotgun, but he's going to keep out the SMG. Check the corners, and Mute bet she will be the one to set him down, and it will be Entropy for the second round in a row. Looking at the head-to-head, this is what we're talking about. We see how often these guys play against each other. They know how they play, and this is the type of game that you'll see where each personalities will clash with each other. If they've had enough to play for 5 series on end, it's all about how you could do it back to back to back. Moving on in, we are going to take this to the 4th round where we're going to see bar and dining. Again, there we go. We are going to see the Mira, not backed up by a Jaeger or Omai, meaning the top blue stairs is going to be a safe heaven for any attacker deciding to throw frags, a Flores drone, or any type of utility to get rid of anybody on the shield. It's going to be absolutely free because there's no shield up to get denies. The shield is going to be there to prevent for some time, yes, but they've prioritized C4s over denial, so Jaeger and Wamai will not be brought. While these guys set up, speaking of the bans we've seen from MVG versus Entropy in all of the past, these guys have went up each other for a total of 11 times, as mentioned before, across the span of 1 year. We've seen them ban Skyscraper as the most banned map 7 times, alongside with Chalet and Border on 6. And considering both of those maps are in our map pool, I think we're going to be in for a great match. Some of these players obviously know these maps are not to be reckoned with, but considering they are upper bracket, Molotov got to pick Chalet before it got banned. A little bit late to the setups. It's all good. Things happen as they are setting up a little bit late. They do have the mirror facing into Library Hall and no counter mirror to face into Library, meaning it's all a one-man's game. It's all up to Frost and the Mute to deny the Library hold alongside with anybody pushing in through K9 because they're going to have 3 attackers coming in there and they don't have a castle. The long anticipated castle is not brought, and we have talked about the Florist coming onto the board, and he is going to be the one to be able to take him on out. Just gets one and can just do his job, as he doesn't take damage at all. He can just get work with his Reserve charges to get rid of the shield and start burning all the utility. Melusi will be sitting at the top of Fireplace. Now Betchy needs to rotate up, because that pick was absolutely crucial, considering Valkyrie carries the C4s as well. Live ping onto the Melusi. Why need Val cameras when you have an insane amounts of droning gear? The jammer is not going to stop. You know, it seemed like he was either AFK or droning, but doesn't matter, as the one pick allows them to have a minute 35 to do whatever they want. C4 is hurt, apparently, and does not connect. Gridlock narrowly avoids death. Gridlock gets a refrag. Frags goes down to a Frost Snap, but Mudroom is barricaded off, so she does get lucky with that. Nobody's going to be there to refrag her. Hachi with a second. He's absolutely carving it up with Insight. Hitting at the third here. Frost is sitting tucked in a corner. The mirror is against him, and GC does have that 31 magazine that allows him to just go out swinging. Afla is swinging out as well. No matter how many consolidation picks you can get, the attackers still have the bodies on you. It's still a 3v2. Mira waiting for the LeBron James of C4 tosses, and Flores might be in for a nasty little surprise here if he decides to hop in. All quiet on the western front, as Goldies will be the one that is in a power position here. If they can just get some pressure onto the main site, get that C4 to the Mira's hand, it's an easy play for Goldies. Goldies catches the man with the C4 off guard, and Frost is going to be sitting in the connector. You have to know this. The gunfight is going to ensue here. The 31 magazine doesn't mean anything if you get one tapped by Goldies and he goes over to shoot the body with the toxicity you would just expect from a Frenchman. If you guys are wondering what maps we are going to be playing today, this is going to be the first out of 5. We are going to see Chalet, Sky, Club, Bank, and Nighthaven Labs if we do get to all 5. Now, some of these maps that are listed are literally the most banned in the series, making it absolutely hilarious. Entropy always bans Skyscraper and Chalet, and Molotov always bans Nighthaven and Clubhouse, making this absolutely cinematic when we see maps where each team don't want to play each other on. We're going to move right back upstairs like nothing happened. We are at a 2-all split. Let's see how they're going to play this out. Same staple operators are being brought. We are seeing main operators like Mute and Tubby being switched out for each other's role operators. It makes sense just for the ability to adapt. We are going to see the Brava being new picks, as Goldies does it 2 rounds in a row now, but making it work as he got a triple kill last round, is now cooking. I appreciate all the follows, everybody. We are going to see, well, Michael for a cheeky spawn peek here might be able to connect, but does make himself known off the helicopters, and Gridlock would be the one to capitalize off of that, and he decides it is not smart to do a first pick. Shisu did not have the best of starts, as he did get first picked on the first round, but then has slowed it down and gotten his picks in the bank. Goyo and Legion will be roaming alongside with the Wamai soft on Library, and one is going to be assigned to the site alongside with the Tubby. Rise is going to be the man responsible for the solar and dining pushes. It's customary you deny anybody coming up from here, because if you do not, you allow the pinch by the attackers. You always have to drive a wedge in between the teamwork here. Flora's charge does open up 45's utility. Gets rid of the BP, and now Goyo's going to have some problems to deal with here. Let's take a look at what the attackers are trying to do here. Same library hold as Varix is going to be pushing in with Goldies. Just is going to take bottom main Fireplace and has to find the Goyo sitting in the corner, or they're going to pay when he uses that impact on the breach. Brava almost successfully getting the breach, but they know exactly where the Kaid is. It's an easy wallbang to be able to get. Looking for any type of cameras. No Valkyrie on the board. Thank God for them. We are going to see the Thermite hop in from K9 and try to take some gunfights here. We are going to see the hop-ins, as he does need to shoot that Kaid off the breach. They've attempted with the Flores drone and with the Brava drone, but it was to no avail. Thermite taking some damage as IQ finally gets it from below. And right now, Rise has an easy kill here if he decides to go for it. Goldie's getting one off of the windows, and Wamai, how have you not capitalized on this yet? and decides to impact it, catches him off guard. IQ gets absolutely executed, not even looking the right way. Afla almost gets refragged, but just backs up into dining like nothing ever happened. Brava still on the windows. Flores is on blue, getting his drones in, forcing Wamai off of the piano window, and might be able to go for a jump out here if he decides to get so aggressive. But Goldies is not here. Might get refragged if he gets distant enough, but he doesn't. Goldie's narrowly surviving death, and he doesn't even know it. We're going to see Tubby now back on the breach because guess what? There's no Kaid Claw. It's gotten replaced, and the Zoto canister is going to keep it closed. 30 seconds left, and the breach finally gets open, meaning the attackers have no time to drone, but they're going to do it anyway, boiling it down to the last 10 seconds where there's still 2 C4s on the board. One. Hachi gets one, runs through the C4's effects, and now he is the one that is responsible for winning the round, as he's going to be the one in all the action. 2 for Hachi. Can he get a third? Yes, he can. And that's Hachi's clip right there as he solo leads his team to victory. Flores a little late to join the battle, but it's the battle that all that matters. Runs through the C4 with one of the fattest operators in the game and landing a triple kill to win him the round. Wow. What a play by Hachi. Support and going 6-3. Absolute levels to this, ladies and gentlemen. And that's why they're in a BO5 right now. Moving on in, we're going to go right back to Dining in Kitchen. They won this site beautifully. They didn't even have to worry about the breach until the last 30 seconds of the round. Glass is going to be brought. Hopefully they're going to go for a library pick where they don't TK each other through 3 windows and doors. Right now we're going to see Legion roaming all the way down in the basement. Wonder if he's going to go for a spawn peek as he's done before. Goyo will be reinforcing upstairs K9 all by himself. He's going to have the Frost and the Musa to come back him up. 2 shotguns on the board to help them set up. One spawning all the way deep of Cliffside. They're going to have 1 man pushing K9. And the customary 4 now pushing Library. Legion is going to be playing Mezzanine / Fireplace. They're going to have to drone him and get to work. Mute being assigned site all by himself. And we're going to see the Goyo get a little aggressive here. Might be able to find a pick. If too careless, he's going to get first picked. But right now, Thermite's not even worried. Might rotate over to big window and might get himself ride. Gridlock slowly below, and I don't think he knows this yet, as Malusi's here. But he's taking damage from a Twitch drone and the Volcan canister. These guys need to get into library because, yes, you can be very good with your guns, but a trade is absolutely worth it. A minute in, and you've taken out the hard breacher. No can openers for the rest of the defenders, and Trix just switches off. Gets one, almost gets the second, but Goldies is there with that DMR. That's just too powerful, and they manage to lose the bodies. Now, 1 C4 from the Mute. CC still mid-floor. He's going to have an easy roam upstairs and try to attack on a flank, but right now, he needs to slow it down. Easy C4 kill if you heard it through the floor, but right now they're going to decide to slow it down, and with reasoning. Being down on an attacker deficit is not the best of situations you want to be in a situation like this where you're both forced back into sight and you have that one utility that can possibly even out the leveling field. The drones have found the general whereabouts. The main thing they managed to confirm is they're both in sight. DMR has destruction enough to be able to start playing verticality. Switch now applying the pressure from 45. Glass walking down Solar. What is Just gonna do here? He has the hatch drop. If he stands still, it's an easy kill onto the Frost if he decides to go wide. She's sitting close in the long haul. If Mute swings out, he's dead. Frost getting caught off guard. Goldies gets one. Can he get a second? He sees them. He saw the Mute, but he didn't recognize it was him. Saw the gun, but they have the general whereabouts. Still has that C4 in the pocket. Possible for a clutch if he decides to go for the plant. Does he land it? No, he doesn't. And sadly, Mute has lost that wild card and gets picked off by Variax as he takes it to make it 4-2. As we're going to switch on over to attack defense switch. Good coordination there and a good read by the IQ to run away when that C4 was thrown, and that's the prompt to get out of there. Now, never seen anybody so promptly good at glass, and he's taken out 2 bodies there on refrags both times around. With MOLOTOVGANG now gripping themselves onto this map, they've latched themselves onto this. They're doing great. This is the map they've picked. They're winning. This is exactly what you expect with a map you practice so much. You see Castle being brought onto the floor. We're going to see him reinforce the hatch now instead of just giving it up to the attackers. And hopefully we're going to see a more intuitive hold, as we've seen them give it up way too easily, way too early. Looking like they've taken the upstairs serious a little bit more. They're going to put feed holes and reinforce the rotate that was previously there. They're going to reinforce the hatch. And the breach looks the exact same. Instead of bringing a tubby in the cave like they did last time, they are going to reinforce it off completely with no denial. Head holes and feet holes across the officer's breach, and will reinforce it to make that thermite effect clatter the debris everywhere. Trixie now taking a turn with Gridlock, as we're going to see the switch, and we're going to see a much better hold of you getting first pick off of the windows, and Goldie's might be the second pick here, but will decide to keep his body up. A little concerning, but it's always nice to see how teams like to variously hold sites. Molotov not looking for a denial of the wall, but more looking for covering more ground. Not allowing the players to find the drones by bringing them mute, blocking off the angles with the castle. The castle's the biggest thing that stands up from the last couple of rounds, is how we never seen Entropy bring castle a single round while they were on defense. Right now, Valk is still caught on cams, is going to find the clutch drone, and GC will be looking for the cameras. IQ, an absolute crucial operator to have in a best out of 5, and it will be Twinkle Toes. Maybe don't contest when he has an ACOG and you have a holo. Sneaking up the back stairs. Frost is no longer on those stairs, and that's a kill well easily able to be found. Lost. GC finds another negative 2v5. Gridlock walks in. Looks like attack. His Entropy sting is, it's a flawless action all over the map, and everyone for Molotov was just lost. Not a single gunfight was won there, and it's not like it was an absolute run through sight. It was direct gunfights, and they lost every single one of them. Some time to reflect on what just happened. Needs them to get some things done, and now we are going to see the second hold, but now we're going to go to kitchen and dining once again. We do move on. They're going to bring the same exact roster, now with a couple of customary changes. Mute gets rotated off for Doc, and Goldies goes from Valk onto Capcan. Capcan surviving the man phase is absolutely massive here. Can act as that surprise operator, but with his recent nerfs, he no longer has a C4. I do think this recent patch was something valid from Ubisoft. Same shield, everything is going to be brought the same exact way. With the Ram losing her shotgun, players have seen Sledge as now the next viable option. You love to see Sledge getting integrated right back into the game, as you don't have that one operator that could just absolutely blow up every floor in 5 seconds. I do think Ram should still get nerfed, but right now, it's all quiet on the western front. Looks like they're slowing down on the picks, making sure nobody gets easily picked off. IQ has luckily found the Capcan, but no Frost Mats to punish her later on. Cheeky Goldies does not get a lucky pick. All quiet on the western front as they are just looking for the utility, getting it gone, and starting to plan the execute to form a push onto the K9 in office. Still taking their sweet, sweet time as they know one singular mistake is going to make them pay for the whole round. Not a single defender in bar, not a single one below, and Rise taking damage now off the big window and decides to hop off it and rotate onto the pianos. Making a rotate as the offices are not fully reinforced off. And IQ will be in, and that's what you get for not reinforcing. You see him on the pixel. You're gonna get two. Shisu absolutely rocket anybody who walks in his way. And if he's a Ronaldo fan, it makes sense because he's absolutely cooking right now as Vrix is an empty shot as he gets his stim wasted out the pocket. Just knows he needs to get aggressive here as they're getting absolutely ran through on defense. Getting circle ran around him. That's Shizu's triple, and that's possibly a back-to-back flawless, and it is. As Betchy finds the headshot, it's absolutely beautiful from Entropy. What just happened on that attacker-defender switch? Because that possibly might be the best transition I've ever seen. Taking it to 4-4. Double flawless round. Not a single death between Entropy. And it's absolutely gorgeous. Absolute beautiful rounds. We're getting absolute exclamation marks from the chat. Vasi's losing his mind. I would be too. It's absolutely beautiful. Deciding to take a different path and go upstairs now as it's absolutely needed. You need a different approach to the holds. Absolutely getting ran through, not winning a single one in 2 rounds. Has to get to the brain. Maybe attack timeout. We need to see something. Verticality as we are going to see the dog playing that basement into the dining area. Betchy with that drone, they found a roaming smoke. Never hear about that too much. A little bit of a crazy loadout coming in here from the Fenrir, but he will be playing around the main area. Again, all quiet right now until it all boils down. Smoke and IQ are looking like they're going to get into the earliest engagement here. We are going to see IQ again just get so aggressive. Shizu from absolute 0 to hero. Buddy's been going crazy. And now he's on that 5.52. He doesn't need a G8 with 50 bullets. He just needs 30 and a 1.5 to take anybody out. Smoke remaining on top. Blue holding it down with barbed wire. Frost mats and a Fenrir. Smoke giving up for greater pastures and rotating off as the drone pushes him off, and he's now pushed back into piano. Perfect execute as they narrowly decide to save his utility over his death. FNATs are being placed. Hatches on a roam here. You have to hear the Gridlock walking down on you so ever slowly, and he hears you crouch, and you know it's a gunfight, and you're still gonna win, even getting pre-fired, and that's sadly the life of Hatchy. Again, it's the first pick. We're going to see Trixie now covering so much space, finding that first pick, and that first pick so happens to have three Goyo in the pocket, and we are going to see just get a refrag. The first kill in 3 rounds for Molotov, and now what is good needs to be better now. The subscriber goal has been reached. W Nino VVS, FNAT will hit, and they're gonna go for a plant here, but Kate still has the C4. If he plays this right, it's an easy kill, but I lied, he already used it. Trixie doubles, refrag instantly as he's all the way backed up. Smoke getting aggressive onto the glass case is getting shut down. The diffuser is gonna successfully go down. Betchy taking one out right at 5 HP, and it's very winnable here for Varai because he's outside though. Why run out? Why run out? And he gets paid the price as Entropy have decided to take the lead and start running away with it. tack timeout as we are going to move on. It's much deserved as they've been going absolutely crazy. Wow, what a couple of rounds we have seen coming in from Entropy. They've just taken the lead and just picked it up and started sprinting away with it. Beautiful rounds for them as they've managed to make everything theirs. They're not messing around, and that is the type of thing you expect to see from a team that is so coordinated. Might have to look at our rehost here. No, we don't, as he is going to be back. Pick your operator. It is an attacker. He has a late round switch if he feels like it. Entropy. Now, with the momentum that nobody dares to mess with, we're still going to see them try different sites. They haven't tried the basement site. We've been 10 rounds into this game, and not a single team has decided to go basement and try it. And that just says something about how the maps are balanced out. The mid floor is just the ideal. Right now, the main thing that everybody can realize is right now, the L hall and mezzanine is just not completely set up. And Vrax is taking a shred of damage through a wallbang from the garage breach. That's crucial. And not having a dock makes it 10 times worse. Goldie's on vigil. Now the question is, will he be using the K1A or the Boss G? For some reason, they go with the Boss G, and apparently a nerf doesn't mean anything. As it's literally one-tapped. Gotta think, why not nerf it more? I've always been a avid K1A fan. It's always been the better gun. Bossy has gotten that broken ability, but with the zombie being banned, Warden has to prioritize having a shield facing outside mezzanine, as they'll bring 2 shields with the Frost instead. So this allows you to play mezzanine without punishment. Frost gets the awareness and the whereabouts of the Snook, who has gotten hit by the FNAF. Not being able to find the location, Goldies does get an easy kill right off of the window, shooting it down. And right now, we're going to see the Roamer get some picks on the board. This is finally the first time MOLOTOVGANG has had the lead for the first time in 3 rounds. Nook must get a silent entry here as Fenrir sits in the corner and makes her punish. MOLOTOVGANG, notoriously known for their positioning, they've been absolutely cooking and getting cooked. And now it's all about where you can work from there. Not going to swing into the flash. Very smart on the ends of the Fenrir. Second flash does go wide, and he will get picked off as he takes out another. One prone in the middle of Fireplace now. Might be able to get refragged here if he can get found by Trixie, but he cannot. Gold's now at 5 HP and will be running up main as his teammate will be doubling up to make sure he does not get taken gone. Mechi fully rotating out as he'll double up with his teammate to go around either west main or go upstairs. Now, they are going to be struggling here and finding picks, but right now Hachi has blue held down, so sneaking is not an option up. And now we're going to see Betchy with 100 HP and an M4 in the pocket to be walking up and through ballsy mezzanine. He has to find something here. Trixie's going to be walking in through 45, and they've managed to team up and recuperate as they haven't lost health, but looking away at the last second is going to be against him as you're going to see the Warden get aggressive here and not take any damage. And now we're going to see Trixie absolutely fighting to the death, and finally MOLOTOVGANG has gotten themselves on the board after 3 round losses. Now it's 5-all, and the next round takes us to match point. Seems like here, absolute crucial gunfights for MOLOTOVGANG for them to win. This time, instead of swinging into the bullets, they decided to take a completely different approach and take sitting in the corner, positioning, and then gunfights. And that is what single-handedly won the round. Seeing operators that stand out like Trixie. We've seen Gridlock apparently be the person who gets the frags. Haven't seen much of Hatchy since he was on Gridlock and getting those kills earlier onto the round, but ever since he went on the defense, we haven't seen that same Hachi that we saw on attack running into the site and getting multiple kills. Vigil has been located again with the Boss G. Absolute pain in the ass to deal with. Drones have located Goldies and will rotate off because it's smarter not to get your head chopped off within the first 10 seconds of the round. Goldies now soft drone alongside with Variax downstairs to set up the dining room to deny, and Ina is down there as well with the shotgun. Verticality is going to be consistent. Finally, somebody, not a single Mira has been brought for this site, and finally, Just is going to be the one to break that and bring Mira for the upstairs hold in the closet. Verticality onto the west main stairs. If somebody sits on that for the rest of the round, it's easy kills all over the board. Only thing that stands out, no castle, meaning anybody can just walk in through these windows and catch anybody off guard playing on this verticality or through the soft breach if they can get a projectile or a can opener on it. IQ just searching for various forms of utility that's electronically powered. We're going to see him go up now as there is better pastures to be pursuing. Betchy just on drones. Mira setting up. What in the world? Mira with a little bit of a double whammy. Mira here takes denial to a complete different level. I've never seen that before. First Doki call does get used out, and now we're going to see two players push in for K9, and we see Afla go down. What is up with this crossmat and Mudroom taking people out? He's now immobilized until there's 30 seconds left in the round. He's going to be limping all over the map, leaving a blood trail. And I think would have saved all of that. And Goldies decides not to take the 15 damage off of the Gridlocks, even though they have a dock. Brava, now at 20 HP, still has that blood trail. And the footsteps, if he walks up and plays it perfectly, will allow him to get the kills. But these stairs are way more coveted than the others. Now the gunfights are starting to ensue. That double whammy Mira does not play into the favor of her, as Just will go down nice and early. Alpha waiting for the flank. Vigil's no longer there. He's a fairy tale, and he's just going to rotate up through West Main like nothing ever happened. 50 seconds left, and they know all they want to do is play denial. Breach finally gets open, and now Ice is going to be the one using the stairs against the Vigil if he decides to walk up. Would have been a very crucial kill for them, but on the fave, they do not have it. Entropy has the man advantage right now. They've punished one defender. Can they punish the rest of them? 4 left. And now the effect of the Frostmat does finally allow Afla to walk around. Circling the hatch like sharks around Minnow. And now Variax versus Betchy on the hatch. Deals some damage and cannot take. Variax still at 100. Goldie's on a flank. Patchy with 1. Shisu gets some hits. Trixie gets hit as well. It's an absolute gunfight here. Doc tries to spin himself. Getting taken out with the 3v2. Can he take him out with the pistol? Not much you can do when the P12 is versus a fully automatic SMG-12. And that is the round for MOLOTOVGANG. They finally gotten a coveted hold back on the lead. What we thought was going to be an absolute comeback from the heavens has turned against them. And now we've seen a 37 conversion rate for the mid-floor holds with map advantage. When you're up 3 bodies, we've seen more players lose that than actually capitalize and take the round for both teams. Finally, a team has decided to take downstairs as an objective. Let's see how they're going to play it out. Molotov can make anything work except for the mid-floor holds on Kitchen. They've struggled both times, and hopefully this is going to be where they close it out, or we're going to be going to overtime. we're going to move on in, not having ace does allow the defenders some breathing room, because you don't have that heart breacher with the projectile breaches, that one that can force you out of corners if you're sitting behind a reinforced wall, and that's something that's very commendable. But guess what? You still have to deal with the forcing power of the other attackers that bring guns such as the Para from Capital and Brava, an absolute pack-a-punch gun to deal with, and not something you want to deal with. And bringing a Ram as well, the R4C, and the ability is just too broken. Losing a shotgun, she's still absolutely broken. And right now, they've opened up their main hold. Main breach does get open for a late round, just in case boiler doesn't work out, and some of the defenders will be rotating over to trench because they know what breach is next. Finding vert is so important here because you need to clear the roamers, and Vigil being in offices is going to be a pain to deal with later in the round. Clutch Drone is going to take the blue cam. Varik's going to be walking up. Gridlock is now sitting in the corner and barely saving the life of her teammate, and Mudroom will go for a recontest, and Goldies has made himself known. He's got himself on the board for another, and now he's just relaxed. Barbed wire will hit Gridlock. Now we have two roamers, just again with the weird mirrors. This guy's crazy. FNAT on the bottom of blue will prevent any defender trying to walk down, or any attacker, my mistake, walking down in the last minutes of the round. The remnants of the Brava drone have not allowed them to find it yet. Thermite is now outside the breach, but staying tucked in with an FNAT backing him up. Doc does not really have to swing, and it's Hatchy. I'm guessing he knows that. You're going to have Affla try to take the gunfight on 45, and it does get shot from the vert. IQ now has made herself known. Anybody running here is going to have the pain of getting shot in the toes by Trixie or Affla. Now, there's a minute left in the round. There's a lot you have to do. How are you going to do it? You have the hatch open for a last-minute draw, but Varix gets beamed from the verticality from the IQ, and she punishes too. Can she find Hatch? No, she can't, but Affla can find the Mira, as now the vert has all fall and went to hell. Fenrir almost getting headshotted here, getting tagged up, but not eventually going down. There's a stim in the pocket for him if he can luckily get it. Boss G's in the pocket, but the FNAT's still protecting blue. You need to know this. There is the FNAT that gets taken off some snowmobile, and a flank is either needed or some aggression here. Goldies knows this. Using the Boss G at close range, not a quick enough reaction. We're going to be looking like we're going to go to OT, ladies and gentlemen, as we need to see the craziest clutch of all time to bring this. And Trixie catching Hina in a situation where he has to basically go out swinging. Not a situation you want to be in. Forcing it to OT on your own personal map is not the best of looks, but it's okay. Entropy now barely managing to force us into OT. They've been the commendable team here, as they do not let rounds get to them. Having dealt with a 4-2 hand dealt with them on their attacker switch, they managed to bring it back to a 6-6 OT. It's both commendable for both teams, as we've seen Molotov get themselves out of their own deficit when they were starting to struggle with the pushes. Now, it's all about who can take 2 rounds in a row here. Or are we going to go to all 3 rounds of overtime? We're edging closer and closer to 800, ladies and gentlemen. 2 left, and it's 800 in the span of a year. It is my streamer anniversary week. It has been a full year since I started streaming. So, for everybody that's been here, much love to all of you since I've started casting in June. We are going to see IQ trying to circle the block, trying to find some of that utility, and if Vigil is using his ability, he will get located. As the site is dining in games, still a lot to do here. But the vert is all about what you can do here. Running the proper sided mirror now, not the inverse to look into library. They do have sides and optics into library without needing to be actually physically in the room. Goldie's managing to get the first pick here. They have run a Deimos to find him, but the deathmark will fail if he decides to call it. But it's going to be Deimos versus the Vigil here. On the other side of the map, we are going to see Rise versus Varix, and as they are passionate to clear him, the attackers on the other side of the map are looking for a library push. Vigil here put in a situation where he's getting cleared by literally every single attacker, getting pinched by 2 and getting put in between. Couldn't even go out swinging. Goldies takes out 1 but gets refragged instead. Varix losing a body gives the attackers that 3-4 advantage, and now we're going to be looking at Mira back in sight. 1 on the Vert and Warden sitting on Kana. Some damage to Enoch forces him off of Piano and rotates him into the close corners of Library, dealing some damage to Shishu and deciding to play his shield now. No Floras on the board, but there is 4 frag grenades and no Miser Jaegers to take care of it. Just is going to be the man that needs a kill here so desperately, and he gets it. He takes care of 1 set of frags, but not fast enough to take care of the C4. Mira has the opportunity to just go in from below and take care of the Brava, then C4 in from main. Brava sitting in the corner. Mira has to know this. A swing is needed. Little quick flick from head to toe and gets him gone. Hachi takes care of Brava, and now they got themselves back in the position of advantage. Nesmar does get used on Warden, but he's sitting behind a shield. Not much really to worry about, as he's going to sit close, and Warden absolutely unaware that Benji's right on him. Not a situation you want to be with, and he shoots the C4, luckily trying to break out the hack. The pistol's destruction actually plays to the advantage of the Deimos, and now a hatch drop is going to be what is needed here. Frost taking care of Betchy. The FNAT is going to get him to 5 HP. He's going to be planting in the corner of sight, finding the Deimos, and he's planting on the B chassis. No way you win this, and no way you win this indeed, as MOLOTOVGANG takes the round again, forcing them back to match point. Beautiful plays on the remnants of upstairs. What was turned into ruins turned out to be the playhouse of Frost and Warden, as they were just punishing anybody who swung them. A little bit of a blunder there by the Warden and the end, but guess what? It doesn't matter. They took the round home. Moving on to the potential last round. Entropy struggled a little bit more on defense than they did attack, but we are going to see them go to dining and kitchen now. No Mira again. They go for the traditional hold. They don't want that one-way advantage, which is a little concerning, but we've seen them gun out. This is the round where that needs to happen, because Hatchy is back on his gridlock, and a shield up has been brought for that chaos. Right now, site is looking a little dry, as they haven't set it up properly yet. Right now, they have brought the Chaos Agent in Goldies, and it's usually the best player on the team, or the one that's so composed that'll bring the shield up to be able to create chaos within the site and push the defenders to make dumb mistakes that'll make them pay in the end. Now, it's all about who can clear this vert and who can clear it fast. IQ has been the operator we've seen every single round without fail, and I wouldn't be surprised if she ate a ban later in the game. But Blackbeard is more important at this point of the season, so IQ will live to see another day, but she is very broken in terms of taking care of all the defender utility. Might see the early demise here of an attacker playing Library if he decides to back up. Blueproof camera shuts down the drone and gets finished off. That's just siege timing there, as just had that kill, deciding to hop off the rappel at the last second. Plays against him. Gumines will be prioritized. Smokes are going to be used bottom main. Cloud of smoke doesn't matter if you have one just playing on windows and taking care. Goldies, no frost mat to worry about. You have to find the ones on the base, but there's no defenders. Where are the defenders? Legion is completely clueless as to what is happening right now. C4 seems like it's going to get tossed up through the hatch, but Legion and Goyo are going to have a world of hurt to deal with if they realize that there's a blitz in the building alongside with them. But it doesn't really matter. If Gridlock's punishing you from outside, that shield off has finally been located. Goldies gets one with the pistol at range, taking care of one Outlaw, goes out swinging, but Hatchy instantly refrags him. 2 bodies left, no C4s on the board, and it is looking like it might be over here. Plenty of time, no utility for the defenders, and nothing you can do except for hope to God that you can get some kills and hope they make some mistakes. Goldie is not a man who looks like he'll make a mistake. Just gives live pings, doesn't even go for the gunfight on the B chassis. Knows he needs to check close on the corners because LEAUGE sneaking up on him is something that is bound to happen. But the teamwork from Just allows him to live to see another day. Frostmap forces the Valve off, but it is Hatchy to call out the round. And our game is over, ladies and gentlemen. That is map 1 out of 5 confirmed. Molotov Gang with a little bit of a blunder the couple first rounds, but they've managed to take the first one home. The question is, can they continue to do this on their own maps? They took their first map with ease. It was absolutely locked in for the first couple. The question is, can they continue to do this? They've been doing absolutely beautiful when it's come to these terms, but I guess these questions are going to have to be answered post-break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. I want this to be as fast as possible so we can get right back into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back like nothing ever happened. I am your host, Sino, and without further ado, we're going to see Skyscraper defense first for Molotov Gang, and let's get it going. Now, for those of you just joining us, we have just finished map 1. We move on to our second, being the pick of Entropy. This is a map they practiced multiple times, and seeing things that we should be talking about as to what we see on the played maps. The played maps we've seen is 1, Chalet, and the victory of Molotov Gang, and now we're on the second. Question is, can we go to 4 or 5, or are we going to just stake down to 3 where our team takes it 3-0? Entropy taking Skyscraper is going to have the absolute advantage when it comes to overtaking Molotov. Now, it's all about who can find their bans. Now, something that is not too new to me is seeing the ban of Monty, as Entropy literally does not ban any other attacker except for Monty and Blackbeard in these last couple of seasons, with Blitz being their one-time ban. We've seen Monty banned by them 8 times in their last 11 series, alongside with Valkyrie, Warden, Solus, and Ying. So we can see what is going to be expected on their defender bans. Dokkaebi taking the ban from Molotov Gang. A little bit of a surprise, considering that is one of their lowest banned operators, only having a measly 6.2% banned once in the last 11 series. Vigil taking the ban from Molotov Gang. That is the Boss G completely eliminated from this game, alongside with the SMG-12, unless you prioritize using a Warden. Last defender ban, we do know what to expect from here. Those operators that will be the ones you have to worry about in certain amounts of the map. And in certain capacities, you are going to have to wonder what they're going to ban. And that answer will be Clash. Literally have never banned Clash before in their lives. Seems as if Entropy's taken a new chance on this game. Now, Entropy has banned Skyscraper 7 times in their last series. So I wonder if it's been practiced more, or if it's just a chance they're willing to take. Moving on into our first round, we are going to be in Tiru. We've cast this map like 4 times in the last 5 BO5 series we've had. It's all about who can hold down Geisha in Exhibition. We tell this story every single time. It's all about who can take care of those areas of the map where nobody expects you to be at. If you can clear Exhibition in Tiru, if you can clear the Terrorist and the Dragon, you have that direct access into the site that will allow you to just start running amok from within and create that chaos that is needed to be able to win rounds. And right now, we'll see a Runian Warden tasked with that job to set it up. Mute is now there as well to get his jammer down, most likely to deny certain breaches. Minibar will remain reinforced, or feet holes is going to ensue. House is going to be protected by a jammer, and the breach will be triple reinforced, and they will leave the minibar feet holes and crouch holes at this point. Looks like the attackers are not too concerned, as it's looking like they're just going to go for a chaos hold outside of Geisha and the site. Line with the 417. We're not going to see none of that V308 we've seen yesterday. And Rise is going to decide to leave the gunfight, considering that shotgun is not something you want to mess with. Afla might be able to get a cheeky kill here if somebody decides to walk into the bullets. He does exactly that. Gets punished. Might be able to find the second. Sees the head of the Mute. And smart by the Mute not to get his head chopped off. And that's a very early pick in the favor of Entropy. Molotov Gang suffering a bit here. Not something you really want to deal with on a map that is soft all over. Looks like it is going to be that Chaos Agent. Monty is banned, but Osa is not. Taking some damage from Geisha. He takes and cannot give. Line still being that operator to deal with. The Black Breach does get open. And you're still going to have that person sitting on the windows. And Frost knows you need to get rid of him, because he's just going to be that operator that will hold you from Geisha and will allow you to just sit and take it. Ace walking in from the balcony as well. It's absolute chaos right now, as somebody needs to land the C4. Somebody needs to make a play here. And that's the C4 connected. Takes care of most of the Osa shields and takes out Rise in the process. Warden still having to deal with a lot of verticality here. Needing to find Frost, but Frost will find you. Benji will get one from Geisha. Just will get absolutely fried in from below. The question is, can he get cleared on their own first? Walking up the main stairs, nothing to do with here as nobody's in Geisha. Mute will go back to site as he is back down to below 20 HP. Frag grenades will bounce off close up T. Nobody's there. You need to find the man in Geisha who's dealing so much damage to everybody on your team. Claim the life of one. The main with the case, but at least he's gotten the breach open. Not fully walkable yet. It has to be crouched through, meaning you're going to have some sound being made. Cannot cross with this Lion. It's all about what can Lion do to win this gunfight, and Warden will absolutely shred the Buck playing close, and it will be the man outside the breach who will get shut down by Goldies to lock out the round. MOLOTOVGANG takes the first round with absolute ease. Looks like they've practiced this themselves. They've managed to just absolutely run amok from within. And they took the bodies. They suffered one early, but it doesn't matter as they got 4 back in return and confirmed the last one outside the window. We take on the same floor. We're gonna move on to exhibition this time. I've seen various holds, Mira being one of the most common when she doesn't get banned, but it's all about, do they bring a cast of Tyrion? Do they hold Tyrion? Do they want to deny the breach? Teams with elite map knowledge will shoot out this wall to make sure that Thermite cannot collateral the breach and allow them to just walk in. And look at that. Look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. Almost. Mira running the crouch holes. They are going to not have a Wamai, which is going to play against them. They're going to have the mute to take care of the Mira, but any projectiles are going to be dealt with very easily, being the edge. Ace could even get it if he manages to angle it correctly. Right now, all quiet on the Western Front, just getting drone work done. Vert is going to be the name of the game here, as you do have a Solus to deal with that is downstairs. Might be able to find the life of the Buck as he is literally just droning, but Twitch will save his life. And it's an early gunfight here as he'll just run a circle around you, but he'll still win the gunfight anyway. Map knowledge versus map knowledge. Buck almost had it there, but Doc will be there to reset Variax. But Rise gets his pick. Instant refrag. There's no more denial of the plan. 2 C4s coming in from Variax and Just will be the people who will have the ability to deny the plant. Mira sitting nice and comfortably on the breach. Ace has 2 more Selma charges. They've reinforced off the minibar, meaning there's no runouts here. C4 toss would be perfect right about now, but the Ace breach is going to open up. No jammer to take care of it. Still able to land a pixel if he can stand up and mold it to the way he wants to, but Ace has already covered too much ground for you to be able to do that. Watching a minibar, he knows how important and imperative it is to not die to this Mira. As long as his body is up, it's all good. Twinkle toes between the Mute and Shisu. The only Yoke player we're going to see today. We're going to see some Atox action, but we are not. Variax getting one, almost getting the second, and using that damage he took earlier as a good. And does he know that he's in already behind him? No, he doesn't, as Ace gets one. Can he find the second? He's sitting top house. He's rotated off to make sure he doesn't get shredded off the terrace. C4 is no connection and no bueno, as the Doc is completely unaware as to where his team is getting shot from. A little bit of recoil control coming in from Betchy, but pulled up a little too hard as he'll take damage. No stims left on the board for Just. Trixie, now playing close, has the ability to take the breach here, as nobody is on their Mira, nobody's playing off the Mira, and Frost is sitting close on the stairs. Might be able to go for a run out here, and a little bit of a whiff. Does not connect a single bullet, and will punish him later in the round for doing that. A little bit of the hop up from the Doc allows 1 kill for Hatchie, and the pre-fire is 2, and that is the second round in the favor of Molotov. Both teams are hungry for it, but it seems like Molotov is just swinging at the beginning of every game, and it's always good to get your momentum earlier than later. We move on in. We're going to take kitchen and barbecue as our site. They have Mira. They have Castle as unbanned operators, but they haven't brought either. So I do think it's a little bit of a chaotic hold, considering they're going to have to deal with a bunch of utility on the vert, but it's all about who can mold this to their liking. No Sledge. We are going to see the Buck as their main verticality. Maverick, for some reason. Interested to see how he's going to play a part. Ayana being brought in. Could have to do with the fact that she has received the recent buff on her G3. 6 does not receive as much recoil as she did last week. 2 smokes, plenty of utility. Early aggression here might play into the favor of MOLOTOVGANG if he can catch somebody off guard. Maverick getting a slit across the breach, allowing Betch to open up the breach pretty easily. No bandit trigger. And Shisi gets a kill across the map and taking care of the man himself, and Bar taking care of Just. C4 has been deprived. Afla getting taken care of next in the kitchen delivery. Afla's getting business done, getting his hands dirty to do it himself. He'll get 1, he'll get 2, and taking only 50% of damage. Just bonked my mic with my head. All right. Just hit it with a prime Zinedine Zidane. Now, we're going to see Shisu get hit by the F9. He's going to try to walk in here. Absolute mayhem across the map as the Goyles have been popped as well. Afla, check your corners. Doc almost walks right into your crosshair, but he doesn't, as he'll hit you down to 4 HP, and you need to get a headshot to confirm him. Hatchery turns around and finds the other kill, taking damage and getting forced into Afla's bullets. Beautiful display of teamwork here. It's a 2v4. Goldies versus Ina, and a bunch to do here. Legion knows aggression should be something to do here, and will get that headshot onto Betchy. Little bit of a response from the defenders. Is it enough to keep it? We move on. We're going to see the drones find out that close corner, shooting at the Gemini replicator as well, and they know exactly the whereabouts of both of the defenders. Nobody's clearing them off the vert. It's gonna be a full pantry take, and Afla might have the easy gunfight here, or he'll just walk into the crosshair of the MP7 coming in from Goldies, gets shot through the table, and now Ina has something to do here. He has a lot to do here, as nobody's watching the hatch drop just yet. There's no head holes to deal with, and they've circled around him and taken the site. The plant's gonna go down. Ash is gonna be watching the cross, as Trix is gonna be getting it down. 75, 95, plant is confirmed, and Ash takes 1. Double kill as Ina, oh my days, gives the 3rd to Molotov. An absolute goodbye, good night to both those operators. 2 ACOGs couldn't take out a man at range. And that's Molotov on their 2nd round. What a shot, what a clutch. And somebody clipped that to give it to him later. Absolute crazy round. (3-0) as Molotov is absolutely taking a lead and ran away with it. We're gonna go right back up to Tea Room. The objective parameters unlock the site again. They had a good time on here, and we might see them adapt to the weird, multifaceted push they had last time where they played Osa double on top black. Deimos finally being brought here to find a specific operator. That's exactly what's needed. What a clutch. That's the momentum you're going to need on Skyscraper. If they can manage to keep capitalizing, if they can take the lead here and keep running with it, they're going to have a beautiful time on attack. Checking the bathtub, just making sure we don't have any happy campers sitting down there. Looking like Hatchy. It's looking like they've taken it a little bit more seriously holding downstairs. Don't want that vert from the buck as last time. First Rotero charge is shot out. Floor is having a little bit of a hard time trying to get those charges into the building. C4 almost lands on Gridlock's front doorstep. She'll take some damage, but she'll survive. We're going to see Goldies on the Naples track from the Mozzie. Absolute, wow. Absolute destruction as Buck and Deimos are teaming up to just play destruction on the vert, trying to find this Mozzie, but he's safe on the bricks on the shield now. Wallbang connects from Shisu all the way deep from Shrine VIP, and he lands 1 minute 30, plenty of time. We've not seen a first frag go well for Entropy here. They've been suffering, and hopefully it's enough to make them force themselves into a round where they can get themselves on the board. 3-0 right now. Have closed it down. They've gotten the plants down, but it hasn't been good enough so far. Terrace or Shrine, which will fall first? Seems like the latter is going to be Shrine. As they're creeping up, Deimos teamed up with the Buck. Some good teamwork we saw earlier with them teaming up onto the Mozzie to the vert. But having the man advantage, you do need to overwhelm while you still have it. And you shouldn't have let a zombie survive the ban phase, and they obviously learned the price, as Buck will let himself be known if he decides to punch out the Azami, meaning he has one option to go in through T room. Azami knows where he is now, giving up the comp to his team, but getting forced all the way back ultimately through Geisha because of the death mark. Deimos covering ground because of the gunfights throughout Geisha. Gets hit, doesn't do any damage, and Buck is going to take some damage as well. It's all about who can win this gunfight here, because it's a 4v4 with 19 seconds left on the board. One's in through Buck. It's one. Can Azami find the second? It's a double for She, but it's again a 3v3 as it keeps getting evened out. Deimos now is going to be the one that needs to be prioritized. Azami landing bullets, finding one. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Double kill for Hachi, and Trix left in a pool of defenders. Can take out one, can't take out the rest. A little bit of trade, almost actually seen him take out the rest as he trades with the dog to give MOLOTOVGANG the 4-0 advantage. What a game we're seeing, and it feels like they've just ramped up the competition. They felt like they were throwing the lead, and they've decided to take it to an all-new high to just absolutely run amok. Two more rounds. If they can secure both of them, we see Molotov running away with a 6-0 advantage. Absolutely lethal players coming in from both teams, but ultimately, Molotov is the one that is showing us why they want to take this home. Makes you wonder how we've seen 6 series wins from Entropy, but we've seen 5 from Molotov. You wonder how many rounds have they taken? Who is the player that adds so much influence to the teams for both sides, and why aren't we seeing it right here, right now? as Finka's going to be waiting close on the window. We didn't see that work out too hot last time, so we'll be using the spear instead of the LMG, which is a little concerning, but Solus has been located. They're going to see Buff walk in from the drum area. They need to find the Solus, they need to find her fast before the defenders will lock in on your location. Exhibition will be the site. Solus gets caught and gets capitalized. That's Goldie's dead. 1 minute in, your roamer's gone. Denial getting caught out again, this time not getting a pick before he goes down. Not the best situation for the defenders, but we've seen them come back from worse. Seems like we see a first pick for the attackers, and then the defenders go absolutely crazy from then on out. The minibar is out, meaning you can do a little bit of evasive technique for anybody trying to walk in through terrace. All that matters right now is the Flores drone does not see. Full rotate does get opened up by the Rotero charge, as well as Enal walking out a long angle all the way deep onto the terrace and getting a frag stim like nothing ever happened. Hachi now. The man with the ACOG goes crazy every single time with a gunfight. Is looking to find a kill here. The question is, who it'll be? No doubt in my mind he'll find one before he goes down, but taking flashes, that might be coveted as he's taking damage. And he's getting vert hunted. He's getting hunted by Buck. He's getting hunted by the Ace on terrace. And does get finished through the vert. That gun is destruct through desks. It's an absolute power out to deal with Frost. Almost getting shut out next, but the 1.5 is too thick to get that precise angle you really want to get. You're going to see Just still sitting on the minibar. Anybody walking into terrace will get deleted. C4, no connection. You're going to have Shisu with the ability to just keep playing vert on health. That's how you find and add the pressure. It's all about keeping the bodies, though. If you lose one measly body is enough to confirm a loss. Now, it's so imperative that Entropy finds a round here, and it looks like that'll be true as they're just running it, as they're taking every body gunfight, as Trix will make it a 1v4. Mira trying to land a gunfight, but cannot take anybody out as gets down Finka to 1 HP, but ultimately gets ran over through the minibar. So patient, waiting for somebody to walk through, only to get shot in the last remaining seconds of the round. Entropy finally getting themselves on the board, and considering this is the map they've picked, it's a little concerning that this is the score. Still rounds to come back from, but they do have to close the differential down to just 2 rounds instead of allowing it to go up to 5. Allowing Molotov to go up to 5 might not be the best of cases to be in, but we'll see. Bit of a different setup we're going to be seeing here. We're going to see the mute extend out into C, which we haven't been seeing. We didn't see the Castle get fired. We are going to see the Maestro for the denial. Hopefully Goldies isn't going to be the man to get first pick, but he is Maestro, meaning he's going to be just chilled out in sight. No Amida protective Miras has always been a little confusing to me, or a Jaeger. Doesn't matter, either or works. This Mira is always compromised by not having those 2 operators, so in for a little bit of a treat. A little confused, but we'll see. All quiet on the western front, as all the operators are still just looking to get the picks in, but Ash apparently doesn't want anything to be quiet on any front, as she's already covered the stairs. She doesn't care about roamers, as all the attackers are circling this block. Hachi takes a couple of damage, but Ash will go in from below, try to get that breach and try to clear anybody afterwards. Trix taking damage from Frost all the way outside of the black balcony. Now, Buck has taken control full of the hallway and the tea room. Drones are what is imperative to confirming a game. Just taking some damage all the way deep on minibar. closing down on Dragon. They've taken care of the shield, but they still have to face the mirror. One Ash charge. You either have to pick the minibar or you have to pick this. And apparently not, as they do have an age breach, but it's vertical and it doesn't go down. Gotta love the game's mechanics. Right now, Flores walks directly into the bullets and will get surge, but I don't know how much that'll do him, considering Cheesy's dead. No surge. Finka still has the ability to use it, but will not. If Trix gets landed one bullet to that evil eye, if he can land one surge, everybody now is at 1 HP as Varix takes out the man at 100. But bet you can still capitalize being low on HP, but will get taken out with the case. Goes down. Trixie now put in a situation where he's below 20 HP and has defenders everywhere on his doorstep with 2 flashes to respond and no case. Flash doesn't really do him any good, but does have to deal with the Mira. General location of where she is, but will get picked off by the top of house to give them the 5-1 lead. And keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is the map that Entropy has picked. This is what they've picked. And they're struggling right now to respond as MOLOTOVGANG is just 1 round away from confirming match point. We move on to the first defending round of Entropy, where they're going to take Team on as their first objective. See how they're going to reinforce Black. It's always extensive to see how they play Exhibition and how they play the balcony. All about how you set up the site, because if you do decide to reinforce both walls, that restricts anybody to run up Black. That's exactly what they'll do. Keeping Exhibition closed, though, is an optional, and it does help the defenders in the future. Right now, Afla will be the main roamer. A little bit of a run out trying to come out from Just, but he'll get enough reaction time to go for it, but he'll shut down the Lamai, and that's a crucial pick. Blackbeard will be brought by MOLOTOVGANG, and Entropy is already down a body and down 4 rounds. I don't know how much worse this could get. Terror charges are looking for that shield. Will find as Afla will find a consolidation pick and take care of Goldies. Blackbeard has now been taken care of. That is some progress. Taking care of that Chaos Operator. The man with a shield and a fully automatic AR is something to speak about, but still lots of work to be done from here on out. Afla going for another kill and getting. Gridlock not really expecting the aggression coming in from the defenders, considering it's a stalemate on the bodies, but now with the advantage of Entropy, it's completely turned around as Entropy started to just build on it. Walking in through, nobody's gonna walk down house, meaning no easy picks. Legion capitalizes, gets capitalized, and that's a first pick for Varix in the round. There's another one to worry about, and you need to drone out the dock. As nobody finding the dock is going to make this absolutely painful. Check your corners, I beg, and you don't do that. Find your drones and a little bit of body shooting. You'd be curious as to why, as if they're not down 4 rounds, and Varix has already taken full control. Take care of Trixie. You can't do that because he's running a shotgun. Finally, Entropy has made their voices known, and apparently if you get a first pick, it means you automatically lose the round, because that is what we've been seeing. 5-2, and we're going to see a little bit more competition coming in from Entropy. Let's see if they can build on it like they did on Chalet, or if they're going to continue to struggle. we go right to exhibition. No Mira, but an Azami prioritized instead. And that's it. That's the beauty of having a different team defending. You get to see the different roles, and Azami is something of a staple pick, as we like to call it. You get the dragon, and you can put a Keepa Berry on it. You can watch Black Balcony. You can put it on the house stairs to watch anybody walking up. There's a lot you can do with Azami, and considering she's one of the best operators in the game currently and always, she can reshape the map to her liking, and that's why she's so broken. Azami being brought instead of the Mira, a little bit of a W pick. You don't have to worry about verticality until you get Flores. Flores being the operator that also seems to be brought every single round, considering the amount of utility that has to be dealt with. Castle finally being brought as well. We're going to see better utility use coming in from Entropy, but ultimately it would be enough to bring him back. A little bit of sparking from Alpha. Tags down Goldies to literally 5 HP, and that is not something you want to have when you're trying to take match point. Right now, just a bunch of things on the western front. Not bringing Thermite is absolutely crucial. If they were to have a wall deny, they would be absolutely screwed in a situation like this, considering they don't have EMPs. Castle getting pushed off, still has some competition off drops. First Castle does get blown up. You still have the one distant on T-Room. Castle decided to get aggressive. He's going to have to decide what gunfight to take. And he does, and he picks wrong as he now takes the face off of him and puts him 6 feet under. Azami now sitting close on terrace, has the pixel of hell. If they don't frag this out, that's an instant kill. Taking the wider approach, might be able to collateral hit. And the Azami is going to be safe. He now gets punished by Afla from the Vert. Nobody here to capitalize off of that punishment, and Afla's just right back to sight. The drones do need to find him, and I'm guessing they have, as everybody here is at a stalemate waiting to find a pick. Most important bodies here are Trix and Rise. It's all about who can keep this held down, because if you do lose this body, you are going to lose essentially some of the biggest map control in the game. Nothing to do but crouch to the smoke, because you cannot see. You are not Glaz. If you stand up, your head is chopped off. And right now, no one's here to help you, and Wamai is deciding not even to swing. I'm able to go for it here, as Goldies is only 5 HP. One bullet will be enough. Doesn't even matter if it was a bullet or 3, as a headshot lands. After gets this next. Gridlock capitalizes, evens it out to 3. Can almost find the Wamai in the corner. Does not. Maverick getting pressure from the backside. Gridlock now knowing she needs to add pressure, but Variax eased up on that pressure, and Rise gets taken down to 5 HP. The pressure from all multifaceted areas. It's a push from everywhere, and it's one of those that are the areas where you would really wish you had a mirror. Betchy evening it out, but they're still so low. You can still fall to so much. You have to hope you win your gunfights here, as one gets punished, and Rise is all the way down house. Gets hip fired is how low he is, and Hachi is an absolute demon on Gridlock. We don't see him get many kills off of Gridlock, but when he's on her, he makes it work. 6-2, and it is MOLOTOVGANG on match point. Is it over, ladies and gentlemen, for map 2? Are we going to go to map 3 with an absolute mental chalk for Entropy, and we're going to go to Clubhouse next, if that seems to be the case? Match point and Entropy not nearly as close as overtime as we thought we were going to go to. We go to exhibition again. They did shut it down to the last couple of seconds, but now we're going to prioritize the Wamai paired up with a mute. Mira is going to be brought. A Mira in this situation would have been absolutely beautiful, as she could have denied anybody walking in through house, terrace, and dragon. Azami played it down to a T, but the Wamais did not save her, as she did have to deal with the glass. Now we're going to see Goldies go for better pastures as he'll hop on Blackbeard and will be that Chaos Agent once again. We seen him on Shield Ops last game on match point, and we saw how that played to Entropy's liking, and it was not very well. Almost getting picked off as Goyo apparently has aim lock, almost finds the head of Flores, which would have been absolutely crucial very early on in the game, but Goyo's gonna have to deal with Goldies, but apparently that doesn't matter, as if he just doesn't get up in one tap Varix off the window. Goldies taking damage from the Vector, Mira dealing it from the Vert. Now Goldies takes damage and allows the Goyo to go back to site like nothing ever happened, but Afla is just a man who doesn't stop swinging. Mira catches him off guard from the overhang, and now he is back soft roaming near site like nothing ever happened, and the attack has been dismantled in a matter of a minute. Consolidation pick as they take care of the Mira. Pre-fired hell almost landed a shot onto Ina, almost took care of his own teammate. Would have been a nice little pick. Hatchy knows it's not over yet. Would be pretty hard to come back from a situation like this, but with drones, frags, and hard breaches, a man can only dream. 3 Kibas left here for a zombie, meaning no matter how many frags you bring, it's going to be inevitable to fall to the Kibas. Kibas don't matter as Goyo takes damage from the... What are they taking damage from? Taking damage from the gridlock tracks. Embedded inside of the barbed wire, and now they're gonna have to deal with Ina. Well, my shot in the arm, not dead yet. No doc to reset him. Azami has went fully around. He knows this. Going for a one tap here, really. It's going to be who can win this game of Ring Around the Rosie. Goyo's located, and this guy's put in a situation where he has to go out swinging. Taking more damage from that Eagle. And can't confirm the kill onto Afla, and that is either a triple or a quad kill from him, putting them on the board for 3. We move on to Karaoke and Tea as the potential last round. We've seen the late round holds coming in from Entropy. A little bit wonky on the later sides, but it's still possible. One of those where you have to hope that Entropy can bring it from their own map. They picked this map and they're struggling to get the bodies. Hopefully they can manage to bring in here. They're a team that can take this team to overtime. They have the history record wins on series for series. They win the head-to-head. They know how each other play. And I think that's the biggest key. With the exception of seeing like one Uke player and some different subs, you see multiple differences in the team. But you still know the core values of how each team plays. And I think that is the biggest crucial aspect of the series. Flores, don't think we haven't seen a Flores for every single round this game, and we are going to move on. Betchy just running wild here. They do need to keep Exhibition locked, and they know this. Goldie's off the shield ops, hasn't been playing to his favor as he thought it would be. And Thermite will be the man to get this geisha wall open. Breach gets open nice and easy. We're a minute into the round, and all they're doing is just getting the utility done. Right now, majority of the bodies are going to be relaxed around the area of Exhibition in-house. It's all about who wins the gunfights here. Rise, Afla being the main players to take some damage this round, but nothing that will be lethal. As Afla takes 75 shots to the back, like 50 Cent, and still manages to stay on the board. 1 HP and has a stim waiting for him if he can get back to site safely. MOLOTOVGANG lacking the amount of rigorousness they keep bringing. They're not bringing the aggression that they usually do, and they're starting to pay for this. They've slowed down the pushes, and they're playing right into the hands of Entropy. Still being a body down doesn't mean anything. Make that 2 bodies, evened out, right back down to 1. Your doc is capitalized, he's gone. The damage you've dealt means nothing, as you've all gotten a reset. Goalie's taking damage from the Volcan canister, and your ace falls to a frost mat. There for a refrag. Don't know how it wasn't a headshot, but Afla was looking to get the pick. Rise was there to stop it. And the head of the frost is seen, but a quick little maneuver of the game allows him to get an easy kill around the bar, and it is 6-3. That's looking like a 6-4. Is this the comeback we're going to need to see, ladies and gentlemen? Might be one of the greatest. Live pings do find him, and they know exactly where he is now. Of mags on his primary M4 and plays to his disadvantage, as that's a comeback. 6-4, and it's starting to boil down where Entropy either has to call a timeout to reevaluate, or we have to see some form of recuperation before we start moving into the next rounds. But no timeout will be called, and we'll move straight on to the next round, where barbecue and kitchen will be the site. Goldie's disconnecting. Not a situation you want to be with. Am I rehosting? I don't have round history. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. As it looks like the timeout's gonna get called, but as a technical rehost and not as actual timeout within the game. So without further being said, we are going to go into a technical timeout, and we will be back right after this rehost. Hope I did that right, ladies and gentlemen. We're right back in like nothing ever happened. Rehost has been confirmed, and hopefully I didn't do that incorrectly. Really hope I didn't do that incorrectly, but it is what it is. They mean wrong settings. Further technical difficulties. Gotta love the knowledge from Entropy and Molotov. They make my job, my life a lot easier. They're smart enough to know what sites not to go, considering I'm an idiot when it comes to rehosting. What's a BO5 without 17 rehosts? Yesterday we had 7. Today, only 1. I'm happy. Barbecue is going to be the site next, with Warden and Mute staying on the home floor with no castle, no Mira. Again, I don't understand why. The vertical is going to be something that is going to be used, but feet holes and head holes on Geisha in case they do lose the room. Something smart, but will play as a double positive, as if somebody plays in here and loses their body, an attacker has an easy kill from the long haul. Black balcony is going to be contested by Brava. Ayana will have her long angles and not using the ARX, or not using the G3 despite having its recent buff, and prioritizing the ARX. Right now, it's just finding utility. Goyo does not tick off Ayana. She needs to conserve all of that HP she has. And right now, 1 body drums, 1 tea room, and nobody's in Geisha. 2 in sight and 1 soft drumming around reception. Right now, it's gunfights all over. They have brought the Ram for the vert. Take care of the Doc or Afla, considering he's been swinging out. It'll be absolutely lethal. And as I say that, Afla just takes care of the operator trying to hop in the window, and that's your main that's your main spear entry gone. Azami has the setup from hell with this Azami, and we'll just reset it. Never seen such a passionate Azami player and so good at it. Shisi swings off Shrine, gets the pick, but gets great frag shortly after. Azami is going to stay up on drums. Destruction is going to be very prioritized here. In this angle that Ram just created for the defenders is going to play against her. Walks across, will have to deal with the Goyo and Varix, trying to look for a lucky kill here, but this is going to play in the negatives for the Ram. She can't walk in here anymore. She needs to take Shrine. Brava now coming around, circling and making it full circle to try to look for the picks here. You need to find the Azami, and if Ram walks in, it's going to be a pain in the ass, but she cannot. Azami now pushed on to the far corners and is going to get tagged up and fragged out by Varix. Perfect pinch, but 13 seconds has boiled it down, and Warden turns around with the quick swift of the hand. It is going to be 6-5, and this could be the comeback of a century. 1v3, and not much you can do here as Afla pops up on the bar, and it seems like every team is deciding to throw their advantages. One more round, and Entropy will force it right back into overtime like nothing ever happened. They've closed the differential right back down, and we're still on match point. We go to Exhibition as our next site. Absolute 50-50 site. We've seen both teams struggle to either hold it or push it. Both teams have had equal chances on the site, and they've tried their best to get it. So it all depends on who clears the roamer, who finds the utility, and who can take care of the Azami playing in Shrine. And that's what we've seen when it's come down to the last 10 seconds. Shisu been a very underrated player, being that chaos operator that's being the one to take care of anything when it's come down to the last situations of just waiting and playing and executing and stimming his team. Right now, all quiet on the Western Front. Nothing much to speak of, except for the fact that we might see a very early run out here. There's no Claymore and Blitz. Ooh, early pre-fire. Blitz and Flores almost caught their demise nice and early. But Flores is going to go up like nothing happened. But the Claymore not protecting this window still leaves the vulnerable pick open for Goldies. Right back on the shield hop like nothing ever happened. And there's still things to do here. First Rotero charge flies in, but locks in a little too early. And the first one will not be able to find it due to the jammer. Frag grenades are needed. And good luck has them. Question is, can she get them? Goldie's creeping up slowly, and maybe a flash is needed here to be able to allow him to just punch out this jammer. Covering ground, but on the other side of the map, we're going to see gunfights through the drums. Doc's not going down without a swing. Goldie makes his appearance known. He's just getting rid of all the utility, being that operator that is annoying. Shoots the jammer, and burns the first is on. Blitz burns it like nothing ever happened, and they're just cooking through the amounts of utility with good amount of time left. They're good for time here, and Ace is working the breach now. Blitz is the right pick, considering he's burned 3 Kiva barriers, and all he has to do is just keep burning it. Affleck is picked out. That's your main hard breacher gone, who brings the Chaos Rikes on 2. Has it all fallen down where the comeback was needed, as Just finds the next 4v2 as Shisu tries. But Hachi finds him, and the Mute is now trapped in a corner with all of the defenders dead and the attackers circling as they finally packed up the game and called it goodbye, good night, and good riddance. As we're going to move on to map 3 with MOLOTOVGANG. 2 maps in their pocket. They tried to bring that comeback. They almost had it, but it all falls down in the end, and it all comes full circle as we move on to our last map. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, we are right back. We got Goldies playing Big GLE. I have gotten copyrighted. What just happened? We move on to Clubhouse as our last map for the day. If Molotov can bring it home here, we're in for an absolute beauty of a match. They've brought every single round home so far, and hopefully they can bring this one home. First ban, circling. The anticipation brings Ace as our first ban. And that is going to be the projectiles gone. If somebody wants to get a split push from gym and bedroom, they're going to have to either go for can openers or prioritize the thermite for 2 breaches instead of 1. Monty taking a ban with no surprise, as both teams have equally banned Monty. Azami taking the ban. Not too much of a surprise, considering Trixie is an absolute gunner on Azami. We've seen him punish them time after time as he was just running them on terrace. They only had to bring a blitz to be able to stop him 7 rounds after the comeback had started. First round will be downstairs into the basement. Mira still on the board and will not be brought as 4 players have not confirmed their operator. Switching between Kaid, they will not have anything to deny the hatches, but they still have to borrow and the Kaid on the board, and they still have not brought any denial. Mira does not have anybody to catch the projectiles coming down in from the hatch if they do decide to bring an Ashe and a Twitch, which is literally customary. Entropy, they have defense first, and they have to make that advantage count for something, as they've been getting pummeled. Early spawn peek actually deals damage onto Just, and we could have seen an early death here, but luckily he survives to see another day, and right now we're still going to see somebody getting aggressive in oil rigs. If he decides to walk down, it's going to be his death. If he decides to stay up, he might be able to get lucky and get a kill, or he'll just get absolutely deleted by Just. Drone is pre-placed, allowing him to just get quick drones and work, but it gets captured, and that's a big capture for the Mozzie. Takes care of a singular shock drone, has one more to worry about, and it single-handedly denies the first Mira. 2 shots wasted on the customary cameras and his mistaken drone, and now we need to find what they're going to be doing to clear the roamers. Warden taking some early damage, but Jackal, who was tracking him, is no longer, as he gets punished by the Mozzie now on the stage, nice and comfortable. That is the main roamer alongside with the Warden, who was upstairs but decided to go back down. C4 does not connect, but Affleck gets deleted. The man himself, who's always on Goyo, does not get the opportunity to play as long as he would like. Varix now playing vertical. Checking strip because it's all about how many roamers can you find. You have Rai sitting in meat freezer. Is there a drone to find him is the question, as you have Trixie in the power position in the stairs. Anybody crossing from kitchen will receive a 12 gauge shotgun in the back of the forehead. You're gonna have one in the meat freezer playing late round, and you have the defenders just waiting for position to receive and absorb the shock from the defender holds. The hatches have remained closed, no can openers. You have to rely on the Habana and nobody impact tricking. Multifaceted, but very, very beneficial for both teams, as there's 2 C4s left for the defenders, but they don't have anything to deny the hatches. No impact to the tricks, but the hatches still haven't gotten open until the last boiling down minutes of the round. Now, there is a bunch of things still needed to be done, but it's all about the progress. The shotgun can be used to win a gunfight, but Buck will win it with his. It's the second kill as one goes down. Rise is now down, 4v2, 45 seconds left, and is going in the favor of MOLOTOVGANG, because why wouldn't it? Drops the hatch, goes for it. Doc is dead before you can even catch him by surprise, and Betchy left on the mirror all by himself. And now flashes, doesn't connect with him, no, as he's forced behind the chassis. It'll blow up a Goyo or a person, and it'll take care of the Volcan canister, and Havana will get taken care of. Betchy put in a situation, a pool of attackers, and will down the next. It's a 1v1 situation. Can he get it gone? Tucking himself behind the chassis. Betchy knows this is a very realistic one to win, and a triple kill. Can he confirm a quad to confirm the first round? He's wrapped away completely, fully at you, and there's 7 seconds left, and you're playing ring around the rosy as he needs to find you, and you need to find him. You're gonna stick the plant. He's gonna creep, and is this going to be the best clutch? Yes, it is! Betchy from a 1v4 to a 1v1 and denies the plant successfully to give the first round to Entropy. What a first round! An absolute beauty coming in from Entropy as their first round, and apparently the 5-minute break was something they needed. Clubhouse being the pick of MOLOTOVGANG and needs to be stepped up. Gym and Bedroom will be the next site. Now, with no mistake, they will be bringing the Frost. No Azami, so they will have to adapt. Might put the shield on Bed to make sure nobody gets that long angle from the highway windows. Red, customary, always something that needs to be done. And Legion will be setting it up solo with no castle. If Mira decides to sacrifice her first black mirror on this wall, that would mean they have to shoot out the bottom left of construction to make sure Thermite cannot collateral the breach. First mirror, default, goes right on the Jacuzzi breach, and the site is yet to be set up as they need to reinforce and set up the Beetle. Now, some teams decide on the way they play if they decide they want full feed holes across or reinforce the breaches that defend mirrors. Because if the attackers take control of the site and you don't have any players inside either Bedroom or Gym, they can just plant behind these walls guarded if there's no C4 to deny them. But going to the other side of the map, there is no shield protecting Red, and it will be feet holes on the left side of Garage with the CC breach remaining open as it'll eat a Goyo canister as well. Plenty of utility burn. The first breach is open with a minute into the round. Second Volcan does get popped as well. And Habana is going to be that operator that will consolidate for not having the ace as Rise runs out and takes care of Ina. Now, he does not have his second exothermic on Jacuzzi Breach, meaning Habana, the one who was customary for the mirrors, is now going to have to do the job of a Thermite as well. Needs to use all 18 pallets accordingly, or we are going to see a struggling round for the attackers. Sledge has been brought, but a little bit of an empty pick as there's no castles to defend or to take out. Soft breach is not very much needed, but Rise gets refragged out as Hatchie will take him out. Afla no longer on him and will be running around. Makes Legion and Goyo look absolutely lethal. He's been somebody to talk about on Entropy. He's been making the attacker second guess where they're at, but I'm missing all the action here as double kills from Construction. Varix and Hatchie team up to get one off the highway window and one off Logistics. And now Ash carrying the case gets deleted off the bathroom. The case is down, re-picked up by Hatchie. Pressure coming in from Varix, and now Habana caught off guard, but still is gonna stay alive. A little bit of a blunder here from the Mira. She gets punished. Alpha getting a refrag off the wall, and Varix climbing him, ticking him off from the highway windows. Double kill from him to confirm the round. Call it good night and good riddance, making it 1-1 for both teams. Bedroom and Gym will be the same exact site this time, swapping out for a Malusi, but they don't have the shields. They don't have plural. They don't have any now. Having it on the bed customary for the Azamis as a replacement, but having it on red is just so important. They don't have that. They're gonna have to go straight for gunfights. Getting the early pick onto Ina on the Thermite was very good, but the question is, could they capitalize? And that answer was very short. No. They started losing bodies after we seen Rise get refragged. Right now, all quiet. We're gonna see if Rise will be playing his time, but for somebody who gets first picks very constantly, it's very respectable the way he plays. Right now, it seems like they've completely slowed down their holds. No aggression coming in from Rise that we usually see. Alpha's going to be the roamer, as always. The man's always lethal on all sides of the map. First pick will be Shizu onto the man himself, Varix, the one who confirmed our kill last round. And we got the static glitch because Rainbow Six Siege is just absolutely beautiful. What is a man to do with the static glitch? There we go. After spamming my keyboard so aggressively, we are back. And now it's all about who can win their gunfights. We still have nobody on highway, as Sledge did take an early death. That's a toll to the attacker's play. We have the Jacuzzi Breach crouched open by the Habana X Kairos, and the Thermite Breach Exothermic is going to be only primarily used to take care of CC. Hachi taking a little bit of a fall all the way outside, getting contested by the dock and going down. Habana getting punished. Shisu's absolutely going crazy. Found his new power position as all the damage he's taken is absolutely erased, with no memory of ever being there with the stim he takes. The question is, can he get the hop out? Yes, he can. Quad kill. Can he find the ace? Just prevents the flawless, as he's going to take construction, or attempt to at least, as logistics is now open alongside with the pairing of the Malusi. He's taken red. He's taken cash. Now he has to find 4 obstacle defenders. Taking heavy amounts of damage, taking care of tricks, but Rise will be the one to steal the ace from Shisu, and it will be the second round for Entropy. And it doesn't seem like they're playing like them all themselves. They're not letting MOLOTOVGANG take the lead and run away with it. They're actually slowing everything down. Moving on, we're gonna go downstairs. Now, an absolute beauty of a display from Entropy the first time around when they went down here. We saw the man himself, Veggie, clutch at an absolute situation we thought was impossible. But he's taught me not to use the word impossible in a best out of 5 series, because we could see the greatest comeback of all time, or we could see it just end all here. As it's all quiet on the western front, Valkyrie's gonna have this camera hidden alongside the vents inside the roof. Now, very painful to deal with, because Valkyrie, if you didn't know, blows shit up. That C4 is going to be a pain to deal with, as there's one building, there's one secret, and there's going to be one top of the bars. Right now, the first cam has located the Ash walking into the strip, and guess what? There's no IQ. For teams that have been prioritizing IQ this whole series, it's crucial how they haven't found it. And Varix is upstairs, and they tried to double pinch him, and they both fell to him. Where are these picks? As everybody has fallen within a minute to all of these Molotov attackers. What has just happened? Hachi gets a live ping onto the Valk, forcing her back into sight. And Betchy will be the solo man. We've seen him in a 1v4 before. The question is, what can you do in a 2v5 situation? Absolute mayhem as the bodies drop while they're playing Vert. And now they get to slow down and do whatever they want, because there's a minute and 30 seconds left. Valk is actively being pinged, but the live is Betchy, who takes care of the first man in secret. And now 4 more bodies to claim before they can sum up the round, but Betchy's on a double, because who else to get it but him? C4, no connection, and that's the utility gone for the attackers to deal with. And they still have the EMPs, the smokes, and the flashes. So, no C4 to worry about. But Betchy's on 3. This site gives them superpowers. Doesn't even get refragged. No can openers for the hatch. And they're struggling to find him. Demands an absolute unit on the basement. As Tracy gets picked off, it doesn't matter, because guess what? Betchy knows exactly how to play this. He's done it before. Why not do it twice? But Hachi, with no audio at all, sneaking around, is going to catch him off guard as he tries to rotate into the oil rigs, and it will be 2-all for MOLOTOVGANG. Absolute powerhouse to deal with downstairs. He doesn't go down. Taking it from a 2v5 to a 1v2 is just absolutely commendable. right back downstairs. They know it's winnable. It's all about the teamwork late rounds, but something that needs to be spoken about is why do they not bring somebody to deny the hatches, and why does the attacking team not bring anybody for the hatches? A Kaid or a Tabaro could just isolate them to only walking down the stairs and through blue. It could isolate those situations, but both teams haven't recognized that yet, and they've paid the price dearly. We're gonna move on, and we're going to see Betch right back on the mirror. Never seen a mirror main so happy to be playing Mira, and I've never seen anybody make it look so good, as aggressive as he usually gets. But speaking of all the other defenders, no Valk is going to be brought, but everybody else is going to be roaming and getting more aggressive, and that's the classic entropy you like to see. Goldies is taking control of Garage. Might be able to find the Legionnaire if he can pull the trigger fast enough, but deals some damage, but takes more. And it is a positive as the Legion gets forced back down secret. There's still some attackers that need to worry about the Warden and stage. The Legion's gonna come up main and play the Mozzie waiting to C4 and Afla wherever the hell he is on the map. Afla hiding away and rotting and stripped. The question is, have the attackers decided to drone this out? Because if they haven't, it's gonna be a pain to deal with later in the round. They found the Warden, and the question is, can they find the fourth defender? Going up the stairs as he's honestly on live pings, looking for a C4 toss again. Rise going right back up for a flank, but what can you do when there's a 2.5 and you only have a hollow in the pocket? I'll tell you what happens. You get deleted, and we see that happen as Ina tries to go for a kill and gets refragged off by the Goyo, and that's called teamwork. That's what you get for not droning. But Goyo has made his location known, and now they know exactly where he is. They have to work the Warden, then work the Goyo. Absolute scenes as Goldies is one shot away from getting one tapped by the shotgun, but they're completely unaware as to where he is, and the refrag's a little too late. Goldies, you could have punished him and allowed your teammate to live a little bit longer, but Goyo is going to be the sole roamer, and he's going to make them pay. Aflon Goyo is like Superman with a Glock as he's just absolutely ripping it up from within. They haven't even gotten close to the site. The hatches haven't gotten opened yet. There's 59 seconds on the board, and they still have not cleared all the roamers. They've taken care of two, but that last one proves to be the hardest as he's still going to be in strip and hasn't moved an inch. Buck realizes strip is going to be something hard to push, but dirt is completely soft, and Enoch can go for a double pinch here. If he can force this Mira off, it's going to be an easy push, but guess what? Absolutely denied by Legion. He doesn't want anybody in blue in the case he'll go down. C4 on the front doorstep, but doesn't get detonated as it just forces him off. And Variax now has 3 bodies to claim in 15 seconds, and we've seen it from Betchy, but can we see it from Variax? He'll claim one. Can he claim the second? Yes, he can. What a toss. 1 HP. He's prone on the floor. You see his arm, but he doesn't see yours. What are you doing? As Shisu claims his life. Very close round coming in from Entropy as they got very close to tossing it. They go to the last round. Can they double their differential on defense, or are they going to get it all tied up before they switch? We move right back to Gym Bedroom. It's been a 50-50 for them. They've won it and lost it. It's all about Shisu. The man, the myth, the legend. Him and Afla have been teaming up to take care of every aggressive gunfight. Betchy digging them out of trench holes when they're down bodies. But they're the ones that make sure those bodies never even get in the building. Tricks on Clash with the shield. We're going to see him either place it on the bed or on red, but very safe because we don't see these guys play red a lot. So the default is they will slap it on the bed to prevent any highway angles. Afla just doing Afla things, rotating around the map. And right now, MOLOTOVGANG has 1 round to come back from, and they're not putting their mirrors in areas where they are going to be easily accessible for Molotov to find them. Goldie's on a shotgun might have the easiest play here to be able to take care of somebody, but the Clash is going to put a wedge in that until they can clear her off. All quiet on the Western front, but the defenders have to just realize that their teammate is still in the basement and not a single drone has looked for him. Afla is yet to be still the man who drones himself into the building using his default cameras and just waits. So patient yet so aggressive as Shisu gets shredded down, and the man who shreds has now been shredded as he's taken off the board. Trix looks like the next frag as he's gonna get pushed up even further through main with the Flores drone. And Alpha's a little bit late to the party. He has to do a full rotate back up red. Coming up through rafters now. The question is there anybody in the building to even deal with it? Nobody's on the CC side, just taking heavy amounts of damage, but they've still covered so much ground as Nook has a very easy play here. Betchy receiving tracks from it, and Nook trying to walk in, and Mira will get the life of her saved by Rise. Still will be used. Double kill for Rise as he's going to be in the middle of all the action. Varix goes down. That's a body toss as Mira is going to get refragged. Where is Afla? When did he go down? It's a 1v2 and just left by himself with not enough HP to take it, and they double their differential as they take it to attack with 2 rounds in hand. We've seen everything this game. We've seen bodies been thrown. We've seen a 1vx. We've seen 3 bodies get thrown in the last 5 seconds in a round. This is the most action-packed game we've had all series. It's been absolutely beautiful. And so far, they're proving to be absolutely here to take the challenge. MOLOTOVGANG reciprocating the hold from Entropy, not bringing a single man to keep those hatches closed. All quiet now, as right now Entropy have a hole they've dug for Molotov. Can they turn it into a coffin, or is it just gonna stay a hole that Molotov will crawl out of? They're up 2 maps. There's some areas of error allowed to be made, but for a team that's absolutely ran through you for the last couple of rounds, you need to bring it back. You need to respond with a map. Almost claiming the life of Justin very early on into the round, 50 seconds in, and they don't have that surprise roamer that we've seen so often from Entropy. Molotov's gonna just decide to keep it soft. Any roamer will be either in secret or all the way sitting downstairs. All bodies have been constructed to the site, and let's see if they can make that work or if it's gonna play against them. Habana has finally been brought. Mirrors are now protected by the Wamai, something very different that we haven't seen from Entropy, very concerningly. Rise taking some damage off of the church breaches, but is going to live to see another day, but almost taking 15% of his health off. It's going to be something to speak of if he gets C4. 1 C4, probably the better to just save it. Hatchy will be the one with it, and the first mirror has gotten impacted by the Ash breach. None left, meaning the one in blue will play safe unless it gets blown up by some magical utility, being Habana's X Kairos. Hatch gets impact trick the first time around. Habana has 4 pellets to make this work. Does it get impact trick the second time? Misses as it will slowly get opened up. 2-player stock stage bar. C4, no connection, and that's all. Impact goes to the floor, not a C4, my mistake. Varix gets a kill here all the way deep. He tried to go for a drop and pays the price. 2 stacked up in kitchen now. 1 walks back out to the hallway, and now Hachi's on life ping. So is Just. They still have all their bodies, but it's now a 4v4 as I eat my words. Xena gets a kill as well. It's absolute mayhem in sight. They tried getting a coordinated push down, but coordinated was nothing about it as Betchy is now down. 3 players on the defensive role have now been life pinged by Grim, but a pre-fire from Betchy takes his head off, and doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many bodies you'll take care of. There's always a response waiting for you, as Wamai is waiting to swing you. The man close is waiting to swing you, and Varix will be the ones to close out the round and give it to Molotov. 3-4 as they responded with the first round. The question is, can they respond with the second? Defender-sided clubhouse, and you have a hole to dig yourself out of. Who says it's not possible? We're gonna move on. We're gonna go right back to Gym Bedroom, a site that's been so action-packed for both teams. The team's gonna have a surprise roamer now from Molotov, because we've seen it from Entropy, and it's worked for them, actually. Every single time you see Afla outside the site, it works. He's always aggressive, he's always waiting to capitalize, and it's been working out for him. Molotov takes the more conservative push, which is something I never thought I'd be saying. But so far, they've been the ones that have been reasonable. As I say that, you see the Frenchman with an impact grenade and a Pokemon ball in his hand, waiting to run out. Is there anybody here to fall victim to this? Right now? No. As Ash is going to be going for secret, rappelling up. If she goes to the breach, her head will be chopped off. The Claymores aren't there, and she might be able to get a kill here if he just goes out for the run out on a drone. Does he see her head? No, he doesn't. But he doesn't get caught yet. Wamai almost finding the head, and does indeed. Not too much of a headshot, but still claims the life of Shisu. And after I was talking about the aggression, I just eat my words as Goldie's decided to just call it a day. Mira does get popped from the vert from bar, and now 2 minutes on the bar, and not much has happened. A little bit of a bandit trick is going to be too late. Just could not predict where that was going to be coming in from, and the attackers have made some progress, taking out the Mira on bathroom and taking care of the jacuzzi breach. Confided to only the borders of sight, you're going to see Rise close down on the main stairs. And is there anybody watching it is the question. As of right now, Doki either has the easiest kills or the easiest C4 of her life. Gets tagged up from it, tucked into the corner, pulls out the SMG. She knows it's gonna be a close quarters fun fight, and you're gonna see one on the vert. He's gonna get tagged up. Is he gonna get down to 1 HP? Gonna get finished off with a pistol? No, he can't. And Just is taking heavy amounts of damage. Doki is tearing it up from within, already up the hallway. Can she find the body? Yes, she can. A headshot quickly takes care of Just, and now that's full control. But your 2 attackers are now down below 20 HP. Varix on 16 kills, and now Afla forced to walk up main stairs, and the one outside the jacuzzi breach is going to be in a world of hurt if he cannot find a kill. The flash recoils back and hits the Flores as he's full blind and is able to fall down to impact, goes down even lower and gets hip fired by Goldies to close out that differential and make it 4-4 on the board. What a game this has been. Both teams have equal responses to each other, and it just seems like it's always Molotov to bring the comeback. Why is there always a damn rehost? Oh my days, after the second rehost, we are back for some late round action. 4-4 OT. I really apologize for those delays. Gotta love Rainbow Six Siege and all of the things that it comes with. CC will be the site, considering they have one basement as their first. We are going to see them attempt to hold it, and hopefully they're gonna hold it pretty well, considering we've had to wait 20 minutes for this. Right now is going to be a bunch of pressure going to come in from this site. Now, a little bit of a mental shock maybe for both teams, just because a little bit of disagreements in the chats before this started. So it's all about really who can get into whose head first, and it's all about who takes control of Garage. If we're speaking on the aspect of the actual game, it's all about who can take Garage first. Already having 3 attackers closing down from Strip, and one is already in kitchen. Looking like a construction take might be the main objective here. Having Betchy solo here on the breach. Ash backs him up, but he will be just doing the breach tech himself. Clash knows exactly where Betchy is as he's on the drone. Noah zombie here, but Doc's still gonna get ballsy, and they're gonna use the Clash to try to deny Garage as long as possible. Ash, you're still gonna remain slowed down by the remnants of the electrical effects from this Clash. And an early pick is something so needed here. It's something so viable. And the first frag will be used to get rid of the Bandit. The question is, does it bounce correctly? Misses, but an EMP will deactivate it. And Bandit's going to be here for the second. And the frag is going to get caught by the Wamai. Flame forces him off, gets a Volcan as well, and allows this to get open. The construction solo will get open. C4 toss does not claim life as anybody. And right now, it's going to be the breach will remain closed. Action from Garage is going to be concluded. Lounge is going to be protected by the castles. Ash has not went for it. Trix gets deleted from the breach. Bandit swings out, instantly refragged. Doc swinging out. His defenders are all at 100 HP. Not a single stem has been used yet. But Hatchet gets picked out with his C4 gone as he used it before he went down. Doc is pre-fired in yesterday. That's all 3 stims in the pocket going down with it. Ina taking damage as well from the windows. And there's still somebody repelled on the breach. It's Betchy waiting for anybody trying to cross. It's all about patience here, and it's about having trust in your teammates, and Just gets an early kill. On to 1 in con, 2 in con, and ruins the whole play. And, damages the Clash again. And Just is the one here that is starting to give the lifeline for the defenders. Deciding not to peek, the R4C is much more powerful than the UMP, and it's smarter to keep your body up than down. Rotating off, it's going to be gunfights literally everywhere on this map. And it's all about who can win it as it boils down to the last remaining seconds of the round. Maverick running in from construction as there's 3 defenders just waiting for him. And it looks like they're going to close it out as Molotov close out Entropy. A very well-spirited attack. It was very coordinated, but it was too late, and too much trust was placed in Just playing outside on feet holes and allowing 4 attackers to do everything. 5-4 allows Molotov some wiggle room as they have successfully brought the comeback from being down 3 rounds now to bringing it up 5. 2 more rounds, they've confirmed their 3rd map, their 3rd victory, and the conclusion to this series. We move right back on to the basement site where we're going to see the Kaid finally being brought for the first time in like 8 rounds. Don't know why not a single person has brought in the Kaid, but he has. He's been brought, but he's not going to be using the TCSG. If you do pay attention to the patch notes, the Slug Shotgun has received a little bit of the nerf, but its destruction is still very viable, so a little bit of a dilemma. But Kaid will be performing and using the AUG A2, which I still think till this day should receive an ACOG, but who am I to say anything? Miras that are going to be backed up by the Wamai discs. Crouched level on blue, and it's going to be who can roam here. Molotov has stayed in sight most of their roams. They've had one attacker that's just run out, and it's honestly just been goals. Ram playing vertical as well to get rid of anybody trying to get through, and looking for the first to be able to get something done here. We do see a shield op. Shield ops have not generally worked in the favor of Entropy for the last couple of rounds, so let's see how this will play out. Right now looking for a lucky vertical kill, but she knows she needs to get rid of this Mira first things first. The question is, can she burn it without it getting caught by a Wamai disc? One right now is going to be shielding it, and they know they need to burn some utility to get that disc. This is burned. Ash also is burned, and only a Volcan canister and the Melusi to take care. Banshee's fried, but not the Volcan canister. Melusi is going to be waiting for an impact kill here. Right now, 4 defenders lined up perfectly. 5 diagonally lined up perfectly, just waiting to receive the shocks from the attackers. You have all of them paired up for a kitchen drop here. Moto Hatch will remain close. They know it'll remain close unless they can get it off with an EMP or with a frag grenade here. And not much you can do except for hope you can take care of all of these defenders at once. Broken their perfect diagonal form. One has still stayed close on the bar. Mira's paired up for a C4. Falls a little short, and that is 1 C4 left on the defender's roster, and it is for Goldies. All 5 bodies have remained into the last 50 seconds of this round, and it's going to be one of those rounds where it's going to be action-packed in the last dying seconds of the round. Second Volcan gets popped off of blue. That's the first kill for Hachi. Betchy onto him. Kate's 5 HP, just getting the second, and he's down. Shisu for 2. Plant's gonna go down. Betchy sticking it, getting covered by the Blackbeard as it's all falling down. Wamai gets taken off, and that's a near flawless as Afla will make it one by taking care of Wamai. 5 bodies, 50 seconds, and it boiled down to the last 10 seconds to go down to 5-5. And you have to give it to both teams how none of these games have been a total blowout. I think with one being 7 or 8-6, the second being 7-5, and the third being 5-5. Jim's bedroom is going to be Molotov's hold. They've been holding it as best they can, but right now it's going to be one of those situations where they have to lock in and confirm it for themselves. No castle to protect these highway windows, and it's all about who can just wait them out the longest. Cade trying to trick the breach, not really successful, but no buck will allow that breach to remain closed and protected by that mirror for the remainder unless there is an ash to burn it. Exothermic charge from Thermite does burn the Mira, and that's why you don't essentially try to run them from here. Ram uses her lawnmower to open up the verticality for any attacker playing from below, and will be the one to be below kitchen, sneaking up with a drone. Two attackers paired up here with the Ash. And right now, we're seeing all 5 defenders right back inside like nothing ever happened. Early gunfight here allows the Vert onto Afla, taking care of one, and there is going to be the Thermite on the table looking for the second. Getting taken care of from Shisu. That's why you need to take care of everybody here. And Blackbeard waiting to play directly into the bodies of the Fenrir. And wow. That's how you use a shield off. And Hachi evens it out. They're not going to go down without a fight here, and Hachi is going to be waiting. Still with the pressure on the highway windows, Blackbeard being alive is still massive for the pressure he can add for later in the rounds. Rotero charge does get sent out, and the windows are not protected by claymores, meaning a runout is very, very possible in this round. Does go for logistics hatch. Drop. Does anybody hear it? Varix gets picked off. No armor for it. Just disconnects. Tactical timeout will be up next. Rise gets one. Gets the second. Are we going to go to match point here? Finally, some leeway for Entropy and some luck as they might be able to find their first map here. And he takes care of one. Can he take care of the second? 1 HP. There was a pre-play C4. Is it below? The question is where? Creeping up on it and waiting for the pre-fire, but you're too low to be able to take care of him. And the round goes double in the favor of Entropy as we move on to attack timeout because of a disconnect. It's very back and forth in this game, and it's all about who wants it more. And apparently right now it is Entropy. Right now it's head and head, neck and neck, toe to toe, and we're seeing them absolutely lock in. I'm gonna give him a second here to just pick his operator. Needs to connect back in. You know how consoles work. Moving on in, we take it to the basement. Now, it is going to be imperative that they keep their bodies up. They cannot fall 5 bodies in a minute with the last 20 seconds on the clock. They need a roamer. Having all 5 bodies in sight is commendable, respectable how you want to play your utility, but it has not been playing to your advantage for the last couple of rounds. We move on to Hachi here, trying to be Afla the second. We've seen Goyos on the roam. The question is, can he duplicate it the way Afla does? Habana is brought to find the hatch. It was very early vertical, 40 seconds in, and will start opening up the meat freezer. Question is, will Mute be found very early, or Smoke in this case be found very early? Hachi cannot replicate Afla as he is a first pick. And if I'm not mistaken, Goldies is going out with a swing here, but I'm pretty sure the hatches are soft. Second kill does go out. IQ punishes off from construction, taking care of the smoke. It's a 2-for-1 special. And the hatch is soft. Crucial right now, and absolutely depressing to see a team that is locked in will decide to leave a hatch soft over taking in the roam. We'll leave stock. We'll leave bar soft. If they manage to win this, I don't even know what to say to Entropy at that point. No C4s here, And it's very easy for them to flood the site and call it, but Variax, the last remaining roamer, and might be able to do something here if his defenders can stay up long enough. They're right now struggling to find anything, but it's Variax, the one to try to find a pick. The reflex means nothing against an ACOG, as the IQ has that 2.5 magnification at range. Having all the hatches off just allows the action here. Solo destruction breach, start popping those volcans before they drop, and Mira knows this and will wait to pop it until the second frag goes off. And no drones to find. There's flashes and frags to deal with. The claymores aren't going to mean nothing right now, and it's all about who gets this next kill. A one-man deficit right now. It almost leads to a 2. It is going to be a 2 as Affla lands. 1v4. Ina tries to lock him out, prevents the flaw, but it's going to be over as the third map goes into the favor. Wow. It goes into the favor, finally, of Entropy. They get something done, and they'll take it once. This takes us to our next map, Bank. The map that everybody dreads when having that comeback season, and it's something to speak to for Molotov as they just threw that comeback out the window. And we will slowly be back after our break. Should be 5 minutes. So, due to the absolute time toss, ladies and gentlemen, you get to see the grace of my face. We've been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes, and we will take a look at the map that is ahead of us today. We've brought the map intros back because these guys like to waste time. As our last ban is underway, Grim Monty Vigil. Looks like they're avoiding a bit of a swarm. But, get what I did there with the swarmed bees? But we are going to move into our last ban for the Bank, where we're going to see Molotov defend first. We move on to the first round. We're going to see the same operators you would expect for a basement hold, except now they're not running Kaid for some reason. We're going to see Mira, very stable. We're going to also see, paired up with her, is going to be the smoke for the denial. No Goyo, very surprising, considering he is that main operator to keep those attackers out of server. You're also going to see the Legion and the Echo coming through, which means we are going to be in for an interesting match in a lineup that's going to allow both teams to prioritize their utility over their gunfight first. Sens is going to allow you with your new buff to either turn or turn off his lasers mid gunfight, and going to get switched out for a Ying, another Chaos operator instead of Sens. It's looking like they might just be going for a plant here and allowing the other attackers to go for the hatches. Having multiple roamers and barricading multiple doors is going to be that wedge that is going to stop a swarm from pursuing. Hachi alongside with Varix. This is one of those teams that prefer to open up the hatches rather than just allow the attackers to get it for free. And now we're seeing why they didn't bring the Kaid, because it's just not required for a hold like this. You're going to have the Doc upstairs alongside with the Legion in the smoke playing in the elevator shafts. He's going to have the windows, not a threat considering he has elevator hatch open for him later in the round, but an early gunfight from Tellers may see the early life of this smoke. You're gonna have Habana playing bottom banana, looking into the elevator shaft with the barricade popped open. Smoke in no rush to get aggressive, as they're right now just looking to preemptively take the measures to take care of the roamers. Now you're gonna see Ash circling in from above. Having stock open makes some type of difference, but guess what? You still have to deal with the Legion, who has now since then dropped and now just left the third floor to the attackers. No drone work is going to be needed for these hatches, as they are easily opened up with no electrifies. But guess what? You still have to deal with the utility that they pre-placed to be able to piss you off for a longer amount of time. Ying is on the board. They have used Vault Breach. They have used the can opener to get rid of it. It has been opened, and now the attackers have realized that all of the defenders have dropped. Maybe a roamer in this situation would be in the best interests of MOLOTOVGANG, but who am I to say anything? Right now, they're on match point. Take this home, they will win. All they have to do is take home one map. Drone actively picking the mirror. Flashes galore. 50 seconds left, and we might see an early swarm here. Right now, they're all circling it. They're getting ready to all get into the site and go for an absolute swarm play. First toxic bait does get used on the server door. Drones galore again. They're just trying to find this Mira, but the perfect stationary holds are perfect. Echo being in garage with his Echo Cam still up is going to be absolutely crucial. Only 2 drones left, but Apple can still find the first pick. Striker now in sight. Now it's all over as they're trying to get their gunfights going. Mira gets taken out, and it's absolute gunfight. And Rise flattened. Same with Shisu. And now Jackal and Ying are trapped on the reinforcements as the plant just needs to go down. Variety gets shut out. Betchy on the kill. It'll be Smoke left to find his kills. Finds one. Makes it a 2v1. Ina down. Hachi to close it out. First round is an absolute chaotic round, and it will be MOLOTOVGANG to come out victorious. We move on to upstairs as the round is going to ensue with a bunch of action. Now, going upstairs is one of those sites that a lot of defenders dread, and having Mira could consolidate this for now, but having a zombie paired up with the castle, absolute chef's kiss on how to manipulate the map to your liking. Castle locks out those windows, and a zombie allows those off angles onto square janitors if you lose it, and the front desk if needed for the late round holds. Now, this is one of those maps where the attackers get the advantages on just rappelling off the windows and waiting, but the defenders bring the right select ops, you'll get the advantage that somebody would dream of. Stock will be held with the default shield coming in from the Frost, and second shield will be backed up all the way to the elevator shaft to be the contingency in case she falls. Three bodies are going to be committed to taking care of square. One will be on the window. Zero, not a surprise. 6 cameras on his recent buff and has lasers with a very powerful weapon as a secondary. Buck looking like he wants to go in from below and start working from above. Already clearing open area. No pre-play C4s. 4 stock is going to be a thing. And now we are just going to start boiling into the parts where they are trying to just clear the utility. First wall is going to be open. Deep of square, right side. Do not open close to the square because it will be painful. First shotgun shell does an insane amount of damage to the Doc, taking care of 50 of his HP and making him waste the stim on himself. Variix was 50 HP, but no stim for him, as Trix will absolutely shred him off of a contest from the stock door. Patchy, the one to take damage again. The stims this time will no longer save you as Rise will fry you. And it seems like stock is an absolute safe haven for the attackers. They're just ripping it up from within. 2 defenders have fallen now from the stock door. And nobody in janitors. Buck still trying to play vert, finding absolutely nobody. Striker's now on the windows. Castle trying to find a kill, but just gets flattened out from Trix again from outside. Haven't seen much of Tat. He's been a substitute. We gotta see how he wants to play this out. Kina needs to find the kill on the windows, and he knows he does, because if he doesn't, it's easy sight control for the person playing top square. Ace opening it up, making it completely walkable, not a crouch breach no longer. The pressure from stock has been eased up as both the attackers that are 5 HP have let it up. Tat will stay on his camera, but an evened out pick is something much needed here. Getting closer and closer to claiming the life. Ina trying. He's trying his best, but the plant's going to go down, and Echo's not going to be able to realize that fast enough, and it gets stuck full. This is the time where you start to get aggressive, but Afla is the one to get aggressive. He'll get another, and now it's a 1v4, and it doesn't go as good as Molotov wanted it to, but Echo's not going down without a fight. Flawless is avoided, but gets taken care of on the prone by Betchy to confirm that round, making it 1-all. Entropy not going down without a fight. They took care of the last map. They took care of business. Almost lost their grip, but they managed to confirm it. Molotov not looking like themselves in those first 2 maps, and that's what a BO5 is about. It's all about the mental composure you can have. You can gun out for 2 maps, but what do you do when it goes to maps 4 and 5? Archive's not looking like it's going to be an essential hold for them, and this is something a little odd. Castle will be taking care of tellers, makes sense. Will be reinforcing the elevator shaft all by himself, but the question is, does he have enough time to do it all by himself? Because feed holes, rotates are yet to still be made. Azami and Mute taking care of that, but square control is also essential and very viable if you don't do it fast enough. Taking care of 1 and the second. Mike is a little delayed for some reason. I don't know what's going on here, but we do see the remnants of his shotgun shell hit Hatchy before it goes through and hits him. The Mira has been popped. Ina taking heavy amounts of damage. Not getting it down quite yet, but might be able to if he hits him. But will go down to a frag. 1 HP on the dot. Where is Smoke? Where is Mute? Who is here to help him as he is put in a situation where he can't get out of it? And it looks like Entropy has just decided they're not going down without a fight. And we might go to map 5 with this coordination coming in from a team. A flawless from Entropy puts MVG down around, and right now it's looking like they're the obvious choices to take care of Bank on attack, and they're winning rounds on bodies. Perfect use of their utilities also allows them to get the upper hand. Basement the only site they've managed to win is going to be their safe haven, which they're going to need to do, because if they don't, they're going to struggle in the couple of rounds upcoming. Same exact operators. They will be setting up the hatches, but will be reinforcing the Janny hatch so they don't get that pressure from the Ash very early on. Legion, a little late to the setup, but it's all about how you can get it done later on into the round. Smoke will be in garage setting up those floor holes and getting everything set up for later into the round. That Chaos Agent Ying has been brought again. She's been doing absolutely beautiful and just wasting her time. Didn't even use her Candelas the first time around. They tried to, but that plant got denied very easily by the Chaos Insight. Shizu will be silent breaching into site, has the camera already hacked by his teammate Rise, and Smoke will be playing the same exact place he was last round, throned in the elevator shaft. Might falter here if they can get Vert on him. The hatch is most likely soft for a later drop, but right now they move to the third floor to look for a clear. That is no longer a viable push, as there is no defenders on this floor. Abana using her X-Kairos on the vault hatch, taking care of it. The vault hatch has been open. We've seen a TK go through. What? A little confused as to what just happened, but we see a TK, and we're gonna see MDG down a body from their own player. Frag Grenade's gonna force him down the hatch or into a corner. He'll eat the damage, and he'll stay. Afla will get the second off the hatch, forcing the Smoke to either drop or do something, as you've lost the stim that was yours and you get shot through the smoke you tried to play out of. He'll go down and Just will be left on his Mira. Tat will try to deny the server breach, but there's not much you can do when all the hatches are open. You have pressure to deal with, and the attackers are circling around you like sharks to minnows, and now you're going to see them all circle the hatches and get ready for a drop. Ash running over to elevator or to the vault breach. Anything works for her. She'll lose her gunfight, and now it allows the attackers to just walk into the site when they realize that there's nobody watching it. But a little too late, as Mira's going to be going up for a flank. It's all about what Just can do here. Can he find him? Creeping up with no flank watch. Will find one. Not checking the corner. Is going to wait for the second. Full flashed by his teammate. Not checking the corner and won't get capitalized. A little bit of a whiff is going to play against him. Just will get the second. He needs to deny off the hatch. And right now, it'll be a little bit of a turnaround, as Tat just had to stay alive or deny the plant. Why go Echo if you're never going to use your drones? And it looks like a very well-spirited hold was going to be the attempt. Or maybe not, as Just turns it to a 1v1, but cannot confirm, as it slowly boils down to see who can take it home. And apparently Entropy is going to take us to map 5, as it is now 1-3. Tack timeout has been used, and that is exactly what you need to do when you've had the 2-1 or the 2-0 advantage. Actually making it 2-1, you've closed it down just to a singular map, and now you're struggling to meet the ends of Entropy's weapons. They're winning you on ones, they're winning you on utility, and they're just plain out outplaying you. You have defense on bank with Mira and Kaid on the board with a main denial of being Echo, and you're struggling to take care of them. Maybe the multifaceted hold with the hatches open is not an approach you want to start taking, and maybe it's time to start re-approaching and redesigning your hold, because Entropy has adapted and they know this game too well, as they've managed to deny all of your advances. Even when you try to boil it down to a 1v1, they'll take home the win, and it looks like they've taken it and ran away. They have the momentum. The question is, can they stop them before it starts getting out of hand? Right now, not much being done, except for Entropy's just circling around like the block always. All they do, find the utility, burn it, and then make their way into the building. They take care of the cameras first, which is beautiful considering Brava hasn't been banned and they've been using it to their advantage. We're going to see them walk down. We have Tubby on the board now, finally. Now, if Kaid is going to struggle to get these hatches closed, then we're going to have the Tubaro to back him up with those auto canisters. He also packs the punch with the DMR on the board. You see teams prefer bringing the DMR and the MPX, but in my favor, you get an ACOG and you get a gun that's 2 shots to the chest no matter the armor. Now, you need to get the first pick no matter what team it is, and I will stand on that statement. The team we've seen get the first pick has usually been the one to win the round, except for those 6 select situations of the swarm on the first round for MOLOTOVGANG. Right now, TAC Timeout needs to have done something, or else Entropy is just too powerful to stop currently. They finally brought the Goyos, put them in the right positions, and brought along C4 to deny the plant. Considering how much utility Entropy actually possesses and how well they can use it is something you need to talk about. And here, Hachi's now stuck in the corner, barely survives to see another day, but will. Breach has been opened up crouch level by the pellets of Habana, and a gunfight from Hachi will allow him to take care of their spear entry and take care of Afla. Hatches will remain closed, and Habana will drop the hatch alongside with the Brava pushing up in from the garage. It's going to be a garage hold as Tat finds the second. Timeout meant something as they find the third, and Trix stops the bleeding little by finding a pick onto Ina, but Shisu needs a pick here, but the timing with the frag grenade gets his head taken off his body. And Ying using her Candelas, but what do your Candelas mean if you're only flashing yourself? 20 seconds left, and it looks like MOLOTOVGANG has finally woken up. Patience is a virtue, is what Mira's thinking, and guess what? It lands her a headshot onto the Ying. A crouch hold that's almost impossible to see. Lands the second round for MOLOTOVGANG that wasn't a post plant. They're finally looking like they've woken up and remembered they're the ones with the advantage. Take upstairs as the last defensive round for MOLOTOVGANG. Unless we go to overtime for the 3rd time. We're going to, or the 4th time. We've seen every map so far go to OT. We're going to see MVG. They've decided to lock this site in. We've had 2 plants out of 6 rounds. Very good conversion rate considering they've had a flawless on straight kills with no diffuser. It's all about who can stop the utility. And now we've seen Ying failed to use her Candelas properly, and it paid against her. But the gunfights that allowed Molotov to cover more space and free up the constrictions that were placed on site was something to be spoken about. They don't need roamers to take care of the players surrounding, and that's something we see. Maybe the timeout was just a mental chalk that was needed to be talked about. Captain Ina might have had some words to speak to, and that does make sense considering they lost 3 in a row straight on gunfights. DMRs are not something you want to mess with. There is the Sens confirmed now. No Ying, and Hachi is going to be roamed. Below stock might be able to get a cheeky kill here and might not get roam cleared considering Afla went straight into kitchen and got out. Seeing as if there's drones here, looks like that is not going to be the case as there's live pings onto the Legion. And Hachi either takes the situation, takes the gunfight, or drops and gets out of the area. Right now, nobody pressuring him off the window, but that can quickly be changed if somebody goes down or repel. Will go around the hatchet and will get taken out from Mudroom. Why you gotta read the attacks, and the first pick in 55 seconds goes in the favor of Entropy. And again, they're just capitalizing, and Varix gets a refrag, making it 4-4 like nothing ever happened. Zero losing 5 chems, had placed 1 down with it being shot. You've lost a crucial amount of utility that will play against you later in the round, but we have seen tricks with this 417 in this specific corner. We'll see how he'll play it out. Volcan canister does delay that stock push and allows the Goyo to rotate off into marble. Alpha getting tagged up by the goo mines in bottom mudroom. He might be able to find a pick onto the Goyo, but we will see an early gunfight here. If this Buck doesn't realize that there's somebody flanking him in the same room with him, Shisu gets a kill off the front desk, and Buck has the whereabouts of the Goyo, but won't win the gunfight as Ina takes his head off. And now Habana capitalizing on the fact that Goyo's no longer on marble stairs and will just walk up. Shisu still punishing off the windows, and Habana taking control of Janny. You have the sentry coming in through, isolating off the marble hall with the Sens detectors. Needs to go get the case. Will do that instead. Have you Sens on the window. Will be playing here. And have you no mercy as Shisu is just running in through the building and winning every gunfight, but just gives that consolidation kill. Stops the bleeding by taking care of one player. Trix is now gone. The plant needs to be put down. 2 Vulcans in the pocket means no utility, no C4s as they're pushing up together. Habana gets taken out. Triple kill for Shisu. It's going to be the man with the M4 himself. Left in the 1v1 situation. He's tucked in the corner. You have no utility to find him. 25 seconds and a dream. The question is, can you find it? You're at 5 HP. You just need to land a bullet onto him, and it's over. He is just surrounding you. There's no back cameras for general itinerary. There's no cameras on him, but he's going to run a full circle around you. Can you turn around? He's going to be in your back, and the question is, you don't know. He's behind you, and he doesn't swing it. Not a quick enough reaction. Ina had it in the pocket, but seems as if he forgot. And it just needs to be a time waste from Ina to call it. And if he swung, it would have been his round to claim nice and early. But now as the clock boils down, it's looking harder and harder for him to take it home as he's at 1 HP. And he needs to take the gunfight now as the clock is still boiling down. Unaware, he's sitting close in the corner. It's an easy pre-fire. And he forces him off the plant, confirming the round for Shisu on a quad kill to make it 4-2 for Entropy. An absolute beauty of a display on how to play post-plant. Headset was a little dented for the first couple of seconds, considering Ina could have just swung out and caught the kill and confirmed the round. But it's all about the final result, and it made it 4-2 as they double their differential as they switch on to defense. Very coordinated team on attack with utility. I can only imagine what they'll do next. They take basement. They have the mirror, the Goyo, the Legion. That's their main 3 denial operators to make sure nobody plants in server without having to deal with crazy amounts of utility. The question is, do they pop these 2 hatches or do they deny it with it popped and roamers upstairs?
keeping the hatches soft, not quite popping it. Quite unclear as to what the plan is here, but she's playing very aggressive here. Might be able to find a kill, but not circling fast enough. Jackal doesn't hear him. A quick swing up. It's all about the timing in this game, and it's been a bunch of bring around the Rosie, and Varix is the one to capitalize off of that, but instantly refragged by the man on Goyo himself. You never want to deal with him on a Vector. He's been punishing this team. He's been their nightmare on Roam, and will be doing twinkle toes, but will get shot in the back by that 417. And Twitch now has the leeway to just walk down Banana and look for the kills. All players are now back in sight, and Fenrir has the opportunity to just drop the hatch, but will choose to stay in open area instead with FNATs and barricades protecting. Trixie, the man who you never want to underestimate before he punishes your whole roster. Caught on a drone, will he get aggressive or is he gonna play his time? Punishing the Jackal means there's no element of surprise when taking care of the roam ops. Why walk up? Rise as he gets punished. And Molotov finally looking alive as they've managed to close it down to a 1v4. And now it's Betchy all by himself, bottom marble. Nobody's found him yet and nobody's been in sight. Maybe it's time to pop those Volcans. I'm waiting to throw that C4. Habana almost got her life claimed by that absolute hurl of a toss, but Mira gets picked off by the Ying all the way down in servers, and not a single Goyo was popped, and that is a flaw that is needed to be pointed out, but it is a round for Molotov nonetheless, and now it's 3-4 as they've closed the differential just down to 1. It is still anybody's game. If Entropy takes this home, if they can win 3 rounds in a row, they take this to map 5. All Molotov has to do is take this to either overtime or win this game, and we see them just take it home on a 3-1 advantage. Two teams just blatantly known for how good they are when it comes to big situations and big matches and series such as this. We've seen them, they're head-to-head 5-6 on total series with 11 to 10 maps. Their band operators and their band maps have all been played today. They don't like Monty. We've seen Monty played the first map. They banned Sky for almost every other series except for this one, and we've seen Sky get played alongside with Clubhouse and Chalet as their next maps. It looks like just a bunch of players when they go. We're gonna watch Ying pry herself into stock potentially. We've been seeing a lot of Ying play, but not too much work with her Candelas. We see people use her can openers. We see people use her LMG. I have not seen a single Candela get tossed into sight yet. We've seen one get tossed down marble, but it completely missed and had no effect. As Varix has already covered open area and stock all by himself, the attackers are slowly going to be the ones to follow. Bravo will be the next to try to find the utility. Echo drones are the main utility you want to find. And Maestro cams as well, as they will find one. Will find the second. That's crucial, as literally nobody's watching for her. And she will successfully take both. Popping a Volcan's also massive. If anybody makes a Ninja massive joke, you're getting banned. Hatches will be opened up by the Maverick because there is a Tubby on the board that will stick his face up the hatch and get it down. Confirmed with C4. And that's a beautiful use of your utility. Doesn't use a DMR, a little bit of a psychopath, but Maestro has 80 bullets, 1 Evil Eye left, and some bullets to let rip. But Molotov lose the advantage, and you still have a C4 and 2 Echo drones. Just checking the pre-placed drone that he no longer has in garage, and will rotate his main one over because he knows taking garage control is absolutely crucial, but an early gunfight here uses a Zoto canister, slows down the Habana, but the question is, will it slow down her gun skill? Zoto canister is no more as it gets shot up, but allows Tabaro to back up. Hachi winning his gunfight all the way deep into servers and landing a headshot onto Garage. Just getting fried, winning his gunfight. Variax onto Entropy. Rise gets taken out. Brava's taking full control of site as she punishes the last. Last one's gold, and Tat takes him. What was a 4v5 turned into a 4v0 as he gets shut out of gold, shut out of the corners, and that is Entropy to tie it up 4-4. What is going on here? When you think one team has taken the lead and ran away with it, it completely goes into the opposite. And MOLOTOVGANG, whatever was said in that timeout, has seemed to work, as Entropy can no longer find any picks. Frost Shield into stock will be the main play. We've seen a bunch of teams struggle to play stock correctly. Zombie being brought might be the person that will help this situation a little bit better, but we've seen the Frost swing into stock and get absolutely deleted within 5 seconds of the round. The DMRs that are being brought by the attackers are too powerful to stop, but we are going to see the first Sophia and Osa pick for the game, and hopefully they can make it work. We're not going to see a sentry. We are going to see 4 claymores in total for the windows, and hopefully we can see teams utilize their utility as we don't see much Azami play and much Sophia play on bank. Frost's main objective is to deny anybody trying to take care of this long haul. Ace trying to find any cheeky little kills, and will take care of utilities and cameras. It will be Variax versus the Frost. Does have explosives. There's no WMIs. Very easy projectile breach. Will take care of the keep it barrier very early on into the round. If he does get somebody to double up with him, it's an easy kill to take care of stock and get into the building very fast. Minute has been burned and Frost is doing her job perfectly. Is getting a little bit aggressive, but getting a little overzealous isn't too bad. Flora's drone from the roof takes care of the first keep it barrier and may need a second to come through. Azami has one of the most powerful slug shotguns in the game. It doesn't matter if they've all gotten nerfed in the last 2 weeks. They still have an absolute pack a punch, and it's especially with Azami's TCSG. Gunfights all over the map as all of the attackers are circling. Variax finally takes out the Frost off of stock, taking care of the shield and the Azamis. And now we see Longest get fried by Hachi all the way deep of square. The Osa shields are something that are playing to a beautiful advantage as Variax shuts down another in marble. Standing on the long desk, Azami needs to land 2 bullets at the chest of the Sophia to take her out. Now, Mute sitting close in janitors can punish if she goes left or right, but Osa walking into the site, having Ash watch the cross is absolutely the decider of this round, as that plant is going to get put down because there's no Azami impacts, and Osa has an easy gunfight here if she decides to hide but cannot fall as Hatch will find her, and Betchy is the one closed out by Variax, giving it 5-4 to MOLOTOVGANG. It's 5 big booms for them if they've managed to bring it back from being down on the deficit. What seemed like an Entropy game has turned the tables and seen Molotov bring it back completely. Seems like attack is both of these teams' gravy, as they're both doing beautifully on it. Going back upstairs, Azami uses her impacts instead of barbed wire this time, with reason being If 2 impacts were brought, it would have been a very different outcome with those shields getting burnt off before they even got close to the site. Now, seeing the mute does make sense. Same operators, the staple operators, and you're not going to see a shield with the frost as it will get rotated out for a legion. Early engagement here. Shisu wins the gunfight off of the windows, taking care of Just. That is your spear entry gone off the board. And unless you want to risk your Atero charges or your Zofia breaches on these castles, they will remain closed until somebody is physically inside the building to take care of them. Betchy not having the best of games, but was the key man to win the game for Entropy last game on Clubhouse. Now we're going to see Stock turns into an absolute bloodbath as Varix takes care of one, but his teammate gets fragged. Rise goes down in favor. Varix is down to 5, but Betchy lands a C4 to take care of him, completely finishing him off. A little bit excessive, going from 5 HP to negative 30 as he gets blown up, incinerated, and Betchy gets an easy C4 kill. Not much you can talk about that. And it is now a 3v4 as Entropy have now gained the advantage on a man. Ace opened up the breach. No connector castle is going to allow long angles in a square, and we've seen that prove to be fatal a couple of rounds now. Opening up these doubles will be crucial, but Trix lands a shot all the way into Stock, and the diffuser is going to be down in Stock, and it looks like Entropy has a round of a response of their own, but Flora is looking for his kill of his own. Legion's below, but Hatch's just walked in. He's behind the chassis. The question is, can he find a kill as the attackers are now just circling? You have one outside and one in the building. The question is, can you kill the mute that is driving a wedge in between you, Janitor, and Stock? If he takes this long haul, we're going to see a very early clutch, but we see the clutch as Betchy takes care of the ace trying to hop in, and that's the advantage you had gone. After lag again from below, but doesn't matter if Betchy goes from 0 to hero, 2 and 7 to get 3 kills to land out the next round to make it 5-5 on the total. Ladies and gentlemen, after the 30th rehost I got wrong, we are back with the 5-5, the game that is going to take us generationally either to map 5 or to bedtime, because we've been doing this for a good amount of time and I'm done. I am tired. Absolute passion as both teams have managed to hang on to map 5, or map 4, potentially to map 5. We're going to see Entropy reinforce off the hatches like nothing's new. It makes sense. It needs to be done. As we've seen so far, popping the hatches and trying to play utility has not been the best of situations, and that's bent for both teams. We've seen double comebacks. We've seen that first 3 rounds going in the favor of Entropy, and then it flips the table as Molotov calls that call out and taking the timeout on round 5, I believe, and getting that comeback with the 3 responses of their own. Moving on in, we're going to see Hachi covering a good amount of space very quickly. No droning and no regard, and that actually might play to his disadvantages as he sees the goo mine and might swing into it. Just going to try to creep around it, and we'll be seeing the rest of the attackers look for the hatches as Maverick has not been in this map yet. He's going to be droning outside. Habana does not have any business getting these 2 hatches open considering they're kai'd off. Now, we are going to just see a bunch of utility get used to try to burn anything and try to get rid of these attackers trying to get these hatches open. Now, a C4 might be able to claim the life of the Maverick, but nobody's going to get ballsy enough to do it yet. The collateral damage would claim the life of 2 bodies here if Betchy were to do it. Ash has already walked in through server, covered a good amount of space here as the C4 is going to be waited to be tossed up when the hatch gets broken and that L connects, or it'll be tossed up now as there's no connection and the pre-fire has no business connecting. Echo will be a solo man army in Garage holding it by himself, but luckily for him we haven't seen too many holds in Garage. little bit of an audio bug coming in here from the Mira. Apologize for those bullets, but there we go, getting solved. Hachi now on server, opening it up for himself. Close breach will remain closed, and Maverick will still remain putting the work in, drawing a really weird pattern onto the breach, looking for the Kaids, but right now needs to get to work as he's lost a good amount of damage just alone to the Kaid's damage, and Afla's the one to open up the killing spree because who else? Ina now needs to rotate over and get a plant down, and people need to watch this. Echo's gonna remain in garage, is not going to flinch. Takes out the Marble Mira, and that's going to be massive in taking care of the utility. Maverick taking some damage with tiptoes around the hatch, and somebody needs to get it open and take care of the man behind the chassis. Betchy now forced off, manually off the hatch, and it's still absolutely crucial to get rid of these people, to get a plant down, as there's still a C4 in the pocket of the Kaid and a long angle from the Goyo. Afla, the absolute fragger, the man is he's undeniably one of the best I've seen on the Vector. He makes it his. He makes the gun absolutely look amazing as Tad gets one up the hatch. C4 gets used with no avail connection and to no appeal as Trix gets taken out by Justin. Garage, its body's dropping everywhere as Tad will go for a drop. Won't win a gunfight, but will be there to wedge himself in between one man and the diffuser. It'll get placed as Hibana capitalizes, and right now, get out, bait, and play the hatches. Not enough time to go up and around as Mira's gonna consolidate. 20 HP for both the attackers is the only advantage they'll have right here. And one gets down, and right now it might be at a response out of Entropy to confirm it, and it will be as Vorayix is now dead, waiting to get the finish. Quad kill for Afla, Vector ACP, the gun to be behind when you have Afla on your team. And that's 6-5 for Entropy. An absolute beautiful display from both teams. What you would expect out of these both teams in a best out of 5 scenario. They're both fighting it to the death. And it's absolutely beautiful because you never see teams like this fight it this long. You either see a 3-0 or you see them take it every single map 0-3. And then it sadly ends in a map 5 where one team gets taken out in overtime. We're gonna take open area as our site. Ballsy coming in from Entropy. We're gonna see a little bit of a ballsy hold. Hopefully it plays to their advantage as they have struggled in the past to take care of the advances from MOLOTOVGANG to straight on gunfights. Entropy need one more round to confirm an absolute comeback for the ages to speak of to take it to map 5. Are we gonna see Nighthaven as our decider here, ladies and gentlemen? After this, I'm grabbing a Red Bull if we go to map 5 because there's no way we're gonna see the absolute comeback. Bulletproof camera here is put in a little bit of a cheeky spot, but it's shot off very easily. The zombies, those barriers are going to be crucial to deal with. If she saves them especially, it'll be even harder. You're going to see absolutely no roamers. All will be soft. Mudroom is going to get open, creating that long angle, not allowing anybody to rack close without getting overly exposed to that angle. Ram is going to play for... She's the preferred soft breacher, even over Sledge and Buck after her recent up where she has lost that shotgun. Sledge receiving a buff is like finding a Lucky Charm in your Cheerios. Now, Betchy will be playing Archives looking for a C4 kill. A little bit of bounce will actually save him in turn. That C4 would have been absolutely useless. Drone economy is not looking too hot as they've lost 4 very quickly. A minute 30 seconds left in an early engagement on here is going to genuinely dictate who's going to win this. Flores knows he needs to get rid of that Kiba barrier. And looking at the other sides of the map, Ram will find Betchy through the vertical. You're going to see a Teller's push coming in from Deimos. The case has been dropped. The zombies off the chassis have been popped. Verax will find 2 on the vert. And now, Afla, the fragger himself, can he Superman his way out of this? Because he'll get 1. Rise will get the 2nd. He make it a 3-on-3. And I guess that answer was nice and quick as they found 2 bodies in a matter of 5 seconds, really. And Afla, Superman himself, is no longer with us as he's gone. But it's still a 3v2. Bodies have been closed down. They've managed to close out that differential. And Rise is going to be the man that needs to stay alive, because if he's not, we're looking at overtime. And overtime, we're looking at Indeed, unless this is going to be the greatest clutch we see to send to map 5. 1 for She. Can he find the 2nd flash? 2 will both connect. He gets reset and forced off into the corner. He finds the 2nd. Is this it, ladies and gentlemen? He's gonna hide behind T3. Needs to wait. Needs something to happen here as Ace is closing down on his location. Take the gunfight. You're gonna go for it. 7 seconds left as you don't have the case. Isolate. Is this it? 3, 2, 1. As he wins it and takes it to map 5. Oh my god, that just happened. Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, Entropy take it for 2 in a row to take us to map 5, which will be Night Haven Labs. An absolute beauty of display on who wants to win. And wow, absolute scenes on this cinema. We are sadly going to be back after a 5-minute break to get rehosts and everything in order, because both teams, they need a breather after that. We'll see you guys in a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, what was an absolute waste of my goddamn time leads us into our best out of 5 grand final, map 5. Round differential gives MOLOTOVGANG defense first. We are going to move on very fast because I don't want to get in the way too fast because we are moving on a schedule. So without further ado, let's take a look at the map that's ahead of us for the day. And now, without further being said, no more yap from BS. I have to lock in with the first ban being confirmed being a Montagony, or as the French people like to call him, the Big Mountain. We're gonna have Ace as our second ban. Everybody has been seeming to hate Ace recently, considering the amount of versatility he can bring to our roster. First defender ban coming in through soon. The bans are in for our last map, and we are going to see Vigil and Clash get taken out. No Boss G for the defenders, and no shield for the defenders, and it's going to be a little bit of a pain to deal with. But we do move in eventually, because the show must go on. The defenders have a very eccentric roster with 2 DMRs being paired up. The very, very known duo being Kaid and the Tabaro right now. Azami being brought, as she survives the ban phase as well, is going to be a crucial couple of rounds. It's all about who can come out swinging first. And MOLOTOVGANG, we've seen them. They either start faltering the first couple of rounds or they lock in and take it home in the last dying remnants of the game. Now, seeing Tabaro and Kaid makes you think we're not going to see this breach get opened up at all. Azami is there for that late round. Mira paired up with Defender. It's going to be an absolute nightmare for the attackers. But they do have Blackbeard as that chaotic agent. As we're going to see no shield or hold on CC. The only thing standing in between the attackers and a CC push is a FNA, a singular FNA. We're going to see Sentry playing in from the bottom of the garage. Maverick rotating over to the main breach. And now all the attackers are taking this a little too slow. Early engagement though, speaking slow, Hatch taking a good amount of damage from the breach and from the Blackbeard, who's assumed control of Rafters traded out. There's going to be a Mira facing into it, making it very hard to play off, but it is popped from the vert because Ash is already there. Maverick looking like he's either going to circle around to electrical or open it up fully so you can just walk in from IT, making it completely soft. Trick's going to be bottom of cargo stairs and has to either choose to go up Rafters or walk up and take the solo push off of cargo. Azami taking the first track from Deimos will get floor banged if she does not find safe cover right now. But while she's seeking asylum, Betchy will find the head of Ina very quickly. That's the first kill with a minute left. And now Azami's still being hunted through the vert. You're going to see Blackbeard take the effects from the Zoto canister being slowed down. And Mira is going to be prone behind the desk, making a kill very easy for the Mira. As she's going to defend here, it's going to be a shotgun in the hands of the Deimos, allowing him to deal 90% of the damage to the Mira. As Rise gets the second, Apla gets the third, and it's absolute chaos within. A C4 can't even claim the life, and Tubby takes a direct gunfight, and we might see a flawless, but just prevents that by taking care of Afla. But who else but your Maverick, your friendly neighborhood Maverick, to take care of this player? And now it's 1-0 to Entropy. First attacking round, can't complain about that. Very eccentric push, and they took care of it without any problems. We're going to see tank assembly. Right now, Molotov is not looking for any margins of mistakes. They're going straight downstairs. We take it directly into Animus. Now, you do see a bunch of differentials with this specific room. It's very controversial, but you do see teams either prefer to pop this hatch and play on the verticality, so you get the long angles from anybody trying to stand behind this box, or you see them put feet holes and reinforce the left side, or you see them do both. But right now, we're not going to see anybody trying to reinforce this garage. It looks like we're going to see MVG take a nice classic approach to holding, and now we're going to see how they're going to bring it down to the last couple of seconds. Just never seen a Kaid roaming before with a claw in the pocket. This is the first time for everything, I guess. Animus breach gets opened up with absolutely no flaws, and they've lost it in a matter of 42 seconds. 4-man flood from Animus. Fifth attacker is upstairs. Betchy has no plan right now because the garage breach is no longer a need to get open if they're not playing the hatch. Very easy plan if they can take care of the mute or the man sitting behind pillar walking down. A little bit of a whiff does save the life of the gridlock, but Rise is here and he's going to capitalize. Knowing the man, he does win a good amount of his gunfights. Standing on top of the box, will open up a head hole, and who was the case? None other than Veggie. One singular C4 could save the life of Variety. Still get a kill here. It's absolute mayhem in the site, and bodies are dropping like flies as a C4 is thrown close, taking care of Duet. Somebody else will grab the case and go right back onto it, but guess what? No smokes left. There is a defender down. The question is, do they know this? There's no dock as he gets finished off. The strikers walked down Cargo and is going to be the wedge to deal with, but guess what? Shisu is the one to punish him, and punishment is going to ensue as the plank goes down, and Shisu on 1-2, and Rise finishes the kill off his down. Entropy looking completely reformed from being down 0-2 to being up 2 maps, tying it and getting 2 rounds in the first couple of the BO5. This is scenes, and this is what you like to see in a best out of 5. Absolute scene on the first 2 rounds, and this time they're going to decide to play that shield on the top of CC, which will allow them to deny anybody trying to walk in, but that's not even where they need to start when it comes to addressing those pushes. Multifaceted pushes need to be stopped by teamwork, and we're not seeing that yet. Despite having every single operator you can need, they're not meeting the needs to take home rounds, and right now Entropy has built momentum. Hopefully they don't take the lead and start running away with it. Sorry guys, my water just tried to attempt to kill me, but very early on the Axe Breach does try to take out Duet, and the mirror does get popped in that trade. Never seen a water bottle stream snipe somebody before. Rise Entropy taking the shock from the bullets dealt to him. The damage of the first death mark is going to land onto the Deimos, but free kill falls into the hands of Affla from Vertical. Why contest that? Tricks on his second. They're building the lead, and they're just absolutely running with it. This execute has been perfected to a T, but just being on Scopos is something that has finally allowed them to lock in. Transferring right back to site, but it doesn't matter. Get a kill, get 2. You're getting suffered, and you're getting pained to get anywhere into the site, and you have a double man advantage. And one of those guys is the Blackbeard, who will be there to help. Trix goes down. The question is, can they find his finish? Rise can wedge himself in between the defenders to just make sure that there is a res that is viable. The impact will finally claim the life of Trix, and it is still just going to be gunfight central, as Maverick's still going to remain outside the reach of IT, but Alpha will be the one here looking for a gunfight, and will pop the Goyo on the Goyo himself with the gunfight. Scopos gets aggressive, but gets picked off by Rise, as it's 3 rounds in a row now for Entropy. They're starting to run amok, and it's working every single time. Basement, upstairs, mid-floor, it doesn't matter. They're here to take the win, and that's the comeback. That's why they have the majority on the series. We take Basement again. It was the round they got the closest on when the diffuser got down, and it boiled down to 1v1 situations. It all comes down to who can win this round. We've not seen a singular 4-0 go uncontested yet. There's always a team here to respond. If we see a comeback, I might lose the marbles. My marbles might be dropped because it's always the same damn thing. But with two teams that are so elite, they know each other back to back. This is where it'll all come down to. Molotov deciding to finally lock in, opening up the Animus hatch and reinforcing the garage. It looks like they've finally taken Entropy a little bit more seriously and not allowing them to four-man flood a plant. Bandit going to be the one assigned to upstairs to find any of the planters and take care of anybody trying to walk in or try to get lucky on it. Two roamers assigned to roaming. The other three are going to be in sight. Only negative that I can really see with this is going to be the fact that they are down 4 C4s. And make that 0 as they've lost the only man on the roster with a C4. The verticality has now been folded. There's still a singular roamer. If his body is found, that is your dock gone with all 3 stims in the pocket, and it's going to be a problem. Thermite could get shot in the toes, but placing it on the far left ensures his safety. Anybody crossing here is going to have to deal with the man sticking his face out a window. Drones galore as they do locate the dock. He needs to get out, but the Goyles come up to help him as well, alongside with Variex. 3 roamers. This is going to be important, and it's going to be imperative they don't lose control of the hatch, and they know this. Three defenders are now confirmed to be back in the site, and Fenrir being the 4th near Animus. All defenders have been cleared, and that's a successful clear by Entropy, and they're absolutely going crazy right now. Apple will get fried from a foothold. Ena just sticks his face in it up a prone and gets the kill. And they're cooking right now. A series that'll never be forgotten with the amount of gunfights we're seeing. The action does not stop. And right now, Goyle's going for a flank. A little late into the round, wouldn't you think? He has a live ping on him, but he might be able to go for something here. They didn't shoot the default camera. That's smart. First Finka Surge does go out to get her back up to 100 from the damage she took earlier from Just. Now, Goyo is still roaming, and you still haven't taken out a default cam, but they've tried to go for sight, and it still hasn't worked out in their favor. This is finally some leeway they're finding. Some little wiggle room to be able to isolate their gunfights. Hatchy taking more damage. His arm is located, and he's going to default stop. The smoke's effects have gone away. A drone is so important to find the man in the corner, but the Goyos and the Volcans and the FNATs are going to team up to take care of one. Hatchy will get hit in the arm. And there is a goo mine taking care of the damage on one. Hatchy will go down. 5 seconds left, but I think Rise wants to express some anger as he dumps some egg into what was left of Hatchy's dead body. And now we're looking at the first response round from Molotov, and that's what I was speaking of. There's no games where you go 4-0 without seeing it uncontested. We take on the next map. We'll see them take one of the easiest sites to hold. You just need to bring verticality for the C4, bring a man for the denial, and just sit in sight and wait. The castle's also very important, but it's all about how you deny this small corner of warehouse. If you allow the defenders to lose this, if you let the attackers take it and get a plant down, there is no way you win the round. It's very easy and it's simple as that. You've never seen a team win that with the plant down and they have full verticality. We move on, and we just need to see how they're going to hold this. We see the vert hold coming in from this mirror alongside the Legion tagging up. very early engagement is going to be the dead body of Castle getting shot out from the cargo window. Very early engagement. You never really expect to see a map go all 5 and see 2 bodies drop in a matter of 45 seconds as they're now closing down upstairs. And it's gunfights literally on every single side of this map. Flash does get used. Buck forces him back into the room of servers. Another body to be dealt with, but Jouette's gonna be here to live. And Trix getting dealt damage as well. It's all crumbling here. And all Mir needs to do here is stay alive. C4 claims the life of Trix, and now that is the attack dismantled in a matter of a minute and 23 seconds. One connector and one outside the terrace. What can they do here? C4 will be thrown and will find the life of the Maverick if detonated now. Valkyrie deciding to save, but he'll still find a kill no matter what. And Entropy was on a roll, and that roll has been dismantled. The man himself left in 2 1v4 so far and won both of them. The question is, can he do it again? And apparently not, as Hachi will take care of him, and we'll move on to 2-3. One last round. 2-3 is getting closer and closer as the games go on. It's absolutely beautiful on both teams. You got to put a round of applause for a crazy comeback and a crazy response from Molotov. It's been absolutely beautiful to see, and we see why both of these teams are in the finals. We go back upstairs. We've seen them struggle. They've tried to take some different holds. We've seen them try the Warden Shield. We've seen them try to reinforce CC completely off. But now, the newest piece of tech is we're going to see them make a crouch rotate on the Raptors and put a Mira crouch in the place of where the rotate should be. Hopefully this can prevent that Blackbeard because Rise has covered so much ground with it. Taking very early damage onto the round, and he's getting circled around. There's Legion here to back him up. Bandit comes down as well to get involved, and he's located, and he gets pre-fired in yesterday. Afla finds one. Afla almost finds the second, but Hachi's there for a response to take care of him. Just and Ina have now been cleared. Goyo drops the hatch. Hachi now put on a death mark. He's getting cleared by Deimos in another engagement. We're going to see nice and early here as he'll down Goyo, but he'll get taken care of. Sentry playing Rafters, not much to worry about. Blackbeard bottom CC, and what defender is going to be here to risk a res for his teammate, leaving Mira all by herself? It's a very obvious option. Rise eating the Volcan canister to cover more ground, and the Mira will get burned. Hachi will bleed out and live the rest of his days sitting on the exo stairs, and now we're going to see Blackbeard cover up on Rafters. Nobody there to back him up. He has burned the Mira, and Fenrir is actually considering dropping the hatch to take care of him, but doesn't have enough time, even if he tried. Trix finally gets the confirmation of the kill. We're going to see Sentry still playing the verticality, Maverick still staying on the classic Rafters, and they're playing this so passionately because of the time they know they have. Mira getting forced out into CC, and now is going to have a very early gunfight here as Fenrir is going to try to take a gunfight, and we're going to see She win his gunfight onto CC, gets pinched by the Maverick and the Blackbeard, and that's another one for Entropy. Upstairs is their round, upstairs is their map, as they've taken another round, making it 4-2 as they're going to switch on to defense. we're gonna go back upstairs, but this time we're gonna see how Entropy wants to hold it first time around. Obvious differentials is we're gonna see them using Capcan instead of Mira, Frost with a shield instead of the Warden with the shield, and 2 C4s instead of the classic 1. Verticality to watch anybody trying to get the breach from Warehouse, and I'm excited to see how they're gonna play this. Leaving Electrical soft. A little bold here, but Mute might get pre-fired if the drone does locate his whereabouts. But right now, it's all quiet on the western front. Not too many rumors. You all are going to see Capcan all the way over in Cafeteria and Apple playing bottom warehouse. But other than that, soft rumors and utility. Maverick is going to be obviously the common trend, considering there's a lot of utility to be dealt with and not a lot of players to help deny. Twitch looking for a pick off meeting hall, and again, it's all quiet until somebody needs to find that opening pick. Capcan no longer has the C4 from the recent patch coming out on Tuesday, where he's lost his C4 and received a bulletproof camera instead. Drones will locate the whereabouts of Betchy, and he can't go back without getting hit by the Grims. And I finally am proud to see somebody prioritize the use of a Grim. Him surviving the ban phase is absolutely a miracle. And punching people out of electrical is something you can do exactly with him. Breach does get opened up upside down, but will play to the bolts of the thermite as he'll get shot through the ground. Afla onto Duet, and now Entropy has shown us why they want to win this. They put their best player on Goyo. Instant refrag as Benji takes out one. Shusi's here to respond. He'll take out one. He almost finds the second, but Enai shuts him down. That's a double for him. 3v3. Jewett goes down. Just down to 20 HP. All players are stationary until you get shotgun in the face. You can't contest that. Tricks not going down without a fight. Takes out Ina. One in electrical, one outside of it. Hops in for the gun. And it's all about who can land the pre-fire. Warden left in a Warden situation where he'll just sit. Brava makes it a 1v2. Backs up because he knows he has the case. 1 HP could land him a shot from here and take care of him. And now a 1vx situation for this Brava. Can she take it home? Or is it going to be finally 5-2 and the biggest advantage we'll see for Entropy as Afla will shut him down? We get a response. Apparently, that is how you hold upstairs, and MOLOTOVGANG is being taught a lesson by Entropy on how to do so. And we're gonna move on to basement, where we're gonna see another shield up, but now Ina, for the first time I think this series, is going to hop on a shield up. As MOLOTOVGANG are down 3 rounds and potentially 4 that'll take them to match point, we might be seeing the greatest comeback of all time. engagement. Again, it's always Afla on the roam, but this time doesn't play to his advantage. You can get away with a lot, but you can't get away with taking care of a Jackal. The gun's too powerful, especially when you're caught off guard. C4, no connection from the Valkyrie or the Mira, and that's 2 wasted very quickly. Getting the roamer puts you in a very good situation, and taking care of another roamer puts you in an even better situation, allowing this blitz to just walk down if he really wanted to. Warden's whereabouts. Triple kill for Hachi as they get revealed to the Jackal, and it looks like they've finally woken up. Molotov getting some leeway, some wiggle room, as they found 3 bodies in a matter of a minute 30, and now they need to take either control of Exo or Cargo to be able to get this done. Mira wasn't caught on the mirror or playing close. It's all about who can find the next kill here. It's so important that you deny as long as you can. And he's not even gonna eat the Goyo. That is called dog status, as Hachi will eat it. And Fenrir herds it, tries to run away. Hatch isn't gonna be denied his ace, but he will go down, and the flawless is gone. Poor Betchy, as he just gets absolutely assaulted by all 4 attackers, and the ace is deprived of Hachi. 3-5, they've closed the differential down to just 2 now. They're gonna try basement. No, they are not. They're going to try the mid floor. And now, it's always the player who plays this correctly that gets an easy win. They have the C4, they have the castle, and they have the Kaid. What could go wrong in this situation? And I don't want to speak too preemptively, so we are just going to wait for the round to start to be able to see if there are any mistakes we can point out nice and early in the round. Fenrir has been brought, but we're not seeing too much of an extensive setup as we saw coming in from MOLOTOVGANG. But Entropy is very, very locked in right now. Don't think Entropy's messing around too much. The first frag they lost to last round wasn't in their favor, but the first exothermic is going to play to their favor. And they will take care of a breach that I am completely unaware as to what it was. Pretty sure the garage breach has successfully been denied, but upstairs is a completely different story. No Tabaro and no Cade is on that 3rd floor to get directly involved. Drones are going to start looking for the people on rafters. Thermite's waiting for an early swing out. And now Castle is in the most important situation here, because if he falls, it'll all start crumbling. Afla no longer on Goyo, is not needed for this site. And it's all about how long you can keep the defenders closed down and how long you keep the attackers at bay. That question is quickly answered, as that's a headshot from Betchy onto Ina. A second gunfight will ensue here if Jackal decides to get aggressive. Does not connect. Fire rate too slow to recuperate and get another refrag. C4 tossed up to take care of the BP, almost finding the Brava as well. it is the attackers put at a little bit of a situation where they have to pick gunfights or utility. And right now, it's looking like the former, as Castle is just ripping it up in from within, waiting for the second swing as Brave gets closer and closer, taking care of Tricks. Can she take care of the Castle? Because he isn't going down with a fight as he's just waiting patiently, but Thermite will swing into him. Shisi will get the second. Another evened out by just. That vert has been taken care of successfully, but the case has been taken care of. And now it's Thermite with 2 smokes, Jacko with the second, making it 4 smokes in total. Kai dealing even more damage to you, making it very hard to get a plant down. Both attackers are just taking so much damage. It's boiled down to a 1v2, where again, Just is left in the situation, slumped by the TCSG, and it's 3-6 on match point for Entropy. Is this the greatest comeback you've seen? I'm gonna lose my voice by the end of this, ladies and gentlemen. This is possibly one of the greatest 2-0 comebacks I've ever seen. Molotov took the lead and ran with it, but apparently they couldn't run far as they ran out of stamina, and Entropy says the turtle versus the rabbit. The turtle will win as they'll take it now on match point. It'll all boil down to this. Can they secure this round? Right now, you can only imagine what has been said in the Molotov game chat, but all that I know that is needed is another mental chalk, because on Bank they almost had it. They need to stop letting the mental get to them, and they need to chalk everything except for focus. Goyo has been caught in the warehouse. The question is Apfley gonna get picked out? Because the man's unkillable, as we always see. He has plot armor, as he's gonna get really aggressive here, because he knows he can just get a gunfight here. Might be able to find the Blackbeard or the remnants of the Twitch sitting close. Apfla taking damage as one person has already been in the building, and it is time to rotate out. As he'll run a circle around the sledge. The question is, does he know Valk is coming? Yes, he can. Hatchie doesn't want to go down. He doesn't want to go home at all. Still a Warden deal with a shotgun, but that Blackbeard is going to be just too powerful to get Raptors control. Triple wall will be opened, and it will not take care of the Blackbeard. A little insane how broken a gun is. Taking care of one. Betchy, can you find the second? Free fire almost connecting, and he's driving a wedge in the attackers, but it's just Hatchie to delete him again. One denied. That's your Blackbeard gone. And now Trix gets the other, evening it out, making it a 2v2. And it's a quad kill for Hatchie as he needs to find his ace, but he cannot. As Trix gets a double. Can he clutch it to give it to them? No, he can't. MOLOTOVGANG responding with a round of their own. Almost an ace again for Hatchie as he is on 13 kills. And Jouet to lock it out. They're getting closer and closer, and I mean that for both teams, as it's starting to edge closer and the action is starting to get even better, which I didn't even think was possible near the end. They're gonna go right back upstairs. They know even losing 2 bodies downstairs in a matter of 30 seconds, they've even boiled it down to a 1v1. It's all about what can you do in this situation. Can they boil it back down and keep their bodies up? Because when they do, you know they struggle in the late round. Drone economy is looking actually beautiful, and I eat my words as it's starting to turn the tides. 3 drones getting destroyed, all pre-placed in positions that would have allowed easier entry into the building, but not a problem, as Just will be covering ground again. Blackbeard. Whereabouts will be located by this Mira. Oh my god, what's going on here? The board very evened out for Entropy. Not a single negative body. You do see the toes of the Cade. Would have been a very nice opening pick, but C4 is still going to be tossed, and it will not claim the life of the Maverick as it does not stick, and the stem will be waiting for Betchy. As they drop, Doc here has an opportunity to do something insane, and he'll do it as he'll take out the main hard breacher, and that's Rise, putting the thermite on a t-shirt, and that's the importance of a good headset. That's a 5v4. Now, finally in the favor of Entropy, they've taken care of all the hard breaches, meaning you can only come in through CC or rafters. Or meeting if you want to deal with the mirror. Mira has some leeway by getting popped by the Blackbeard on the verticality. A minute 15 seconds left on the clock, and a C4 lined up here from Shisu might be able to claim the life of anybody walking through, but Warden versus Twitch will be something that is going to be a gunfight soon. Maverick gonna be the only person pushing that area of rafters by himself, but the shield being up is still insane. Hachi still on Sledge, going crazy with him. The shotgun completely is not useful if it's getting fragged out and forcing him back into the site. Right now, it's all about who can get the next kill. It's a 4v4 with 40 seconds left on the clock. It'll be 1 for the Warden, taking care of Just. And can they stop the attack? Coming in from Electrical. Sledge taking care of the Mira. Twitch rotating over to the CC, using first flash to make no avail. Making the breach fully rotatable. Hachi getting hit down by the TCXG. Mira taking care of one. Betchy taking care of the next. It's over. Where is Ina? Electrical all by himself. 1v3, and he's taking care of it. 1v3 as Trix confirms. It's actually over. The greatest comeback from being 2 rounds down to taking it home. And that is the victory for Entropy. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you even say to a game like that? Started out as an absolute blowout and proceeded to take us down to the greatest comeback single-handedly we've seen. 5 hours and 30 minutes. And without further being said, I've lost my voice. I have to go take a nap. I have to go do something. I hope you all have a great day. If you did enjoy this content and you're seeing this on YouTube or Twitch, make sure to either subscribe, leave a like, follow, whatever you guys want to do. Have a great day, and I will see you guys soon. Later.